Oh, how you doing, Dom?
Pretty good, Axis. How you doing?
Um, a little indifferent, a little indifferent.
So you like the
But
rest of the masses then?
um, I would hope not, but sometimes I wind up falling in that category.
That's how we
First
can
thing
relate
is,
with each other. Go ahead, sorry.
oh yeah, I just want to welcome all the friends and enemies of YouTube to Rattblood Radio, and I'm with Dom, and we'll see where this winds up. But yeah, you happen to be um, present at today's panel I showed up on.
Hmm.
And I had just been woke up about maybe 45 minutes earlier by my case manager. And it was just a scan of the chat, and I made a comment and was invited up, and it was interesting how things played out. I was watching you drop bombs, um, and trying to interact with these people the best that you could. But it's almost like ratings uh, week in YouTube. I don't know if you remember when they used to have back in the day. The you know channels would try and cater to uh, the ratings in the audience to get their viewership up, or
Mm-hmm.
to try and promote themselves. And at this point in time, it's kind of funny, but that's the way I see things happening at the moment.
They should almost have like a bingo, the little thing that turns for like bingo numbers, so that people can say, okay, so what topic do we think we're going to talk about? And we've had some of our viewers make suggestions.
Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes who's actually running the channel. I understand there's got to be give and take
Hmm.
between the audience and the participants, and what you are, and as a person, or your ideals. But I don't think that sometimes catering to the lowest denominator and allowing them to express your Nelson ratings with whatever particular brand they have to offer is necessarily the way to promote a individualized, truther thinking, out of the box um, persona for your platform. I think at that point you pretty much become a victim of everything you stood against.
Yeah, I would have to say yes on that same note, Axis. Like I said, I've seen my wife Judith. She puts a lot of effort in what she does with her channel. I've seen movies and TV series where there's a continuation for some of them, and I'm pretty sure to be a one person outfit in here in the YouTubes, for example, would be very challenging. And you have to do it'll be like you when you're in your industry, music. There's a lot of practicing going on. You would hope that there's a lot of people behind the scenes that are helping each other get that much better. If not, then there's a lot of winging it kind of going on.
And that's true. That's you do have to sometimes um, cater to the flow of that moment and whatever type of energy that's being transferred back and forth. Just when it becomes an intrusion upon the energies that are being manifested, it's kind of like the networks hitting you with a shock show, like when the original reality TVs come out. Everybody was so shocked. Um, seeing these people acting their lives out in real time, not realizing that, you know, there's no difference between their life and somebody's life that is supposedly on reality TV. It's just how much you're willing to expose and how much you're going to hide, and still boils down to what the network wants and what people are going to watch. And sometimes I forget that YouTube is a platform where, you know, progressive and advanced thinking is not always the most sought after or the most accepted.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true. A lot of it is entertainment consumption. I play a major role in that part myself. It's having a structured channel, having a structured host, and even having a structured community that comes and watch it. It would be very challenging. It can
Yeah,
be done,
everybody.
obviously, but
Yeah, everybody wants to be, whether they admit it or not. Uh, Everybody wants to be that center of attention or that moment of attention. Some in positive and some in negative. And I guess I keep my entertainment separate from my in-depth displays of information. And when I'm sharing that type of information, so that people don't get misdirected or misconstrue what I'm trying to get across to them. But I can't expect, everybody to be of that mind or that nature, and that's what sets me apart. So I have to appreciate that.
we did share access some stuff tonight and on a certain channel. And hopefully, whether the people that were there, some were able to pick it up, or future people that are going to listen, whether obviously through recording, then it's helped. You know, like anything
That's
else.
the best.
Go ahead.
That's the best we can hope for, is that, somewhere along the line, it reaches a resonance with somebody that gives them a key to understanding themselves and their environment and opens a door for them, which is probably the way that, most media has been effective in the past and will probably continue to be that way. Is, you can't expect a person to sit in the classroom all the time. They look forward to lunch and recess. And just because I stay in a different flow and a different state of mind than the common or the average, doesn't mean that, I guess I should learn to enjoy the recess and the lunch occasionally too.
Well, it's like any endeavor. I fall prey to that too, where you kind of filter them out, bottleneck them. So whether it's a police academy or nursing or whatever industry it may be, you're going to have a lot of people falling by the wayside. What keeps a lot of people, or at least quite a few people, stick to something is either financial gains or marks. So there's really not that much being enticed with a lot of us in these communities on these channels. The ones that are hosting it, the ones that are really wanting to succeed, there's probably a long-term endeavor that has to be done. And even that is kind of like Russian roulette. You don't really know what's going to happen because you're not controlling the platform. YouTube could die tomorrow, or some new kind of technology can come up, and then all of a sudden it'll make something like live panels die off. And that's just the platform. And then it's what you actually share on there. In this case, what you were sharing today, most channels aren't, we know that to a certain point, access aren't designed for those kind of talks.
Right.
And if they are, they're going to be like courses. It's a 15-week course. How committed are you? How much are you willing to pay, whether financially or with your time? It's like learning a language. You almost have to practice it when you're no longer there. And I fall prey to that too. Because a lot of stuff that you shared with me, I'm like, where would I practice that? And I would have to do a lot of that on my own first until I find other people I can share. Besides, in this case, say you're the teacher.
Yeah, man, I guess because I have another outlet, which is my music, and I try and I try and give a broader offering with my platform because it's like having your vegetables, but your dessert, it's maybe the music, or it may be, a post, or it could be even found in my playlist. But once I start mashing um, satire, humor, or just complete despondence to the flow of the communication, I either I'm going to have to adjust to that and learn a better approach, or just tone my message down when I'm out in the YouTube streets and just kind of keep it for this platform here.
Mm-hmm. True. Excellent. No, as much as people you hear, I can't say all people, but some people will say about clubs. We'll call them secret clubs or just clubs in general, and they're quick to judge them without really whether positive or negative, opposed to how much work must it take to be in these type of clubs to find the handful of people that are actually willing to go beyond what the initial part the club's teaching. The devotees kind of ideal. It's nice to talk about theosophies, and they talk about the handful of people that have like a recognizable name that because they've written books or talks or whatever. But outside of that, how many fall by the wayside?
Right, and I definitely don't want myself to fall into any type of finger pointing situation, because I've got to keep in mind that if I'm pointing a finger, I'm probably recognizing something about myself
Mm-hmm.
that I probably need to work on or adjust myself to. So I it's suppose it's just a part of coming across with a clear, clean message that can be related to at a later point, and defining the difference in the conversation between the humor and the seriousness of being self-aware, or understanding that we are in a seriously, seriously huge environmental, social, and uh, um, heavenly bodies, luminaries. Those energies are playing into this, and just got to find that fine line, and let them know that this part of this part of our conversation is not humorous. This part is to be taken with some seriousness.
Seriousness, sincerity, commitment, obligation, duty. Again, I don't think actually would be really finger pointing as much as taking accountability for what the message is being conveyed. It's not really about saying, okay, this person's not doing their part. It's kind of finding out whether or not is an individual committed to something. It's like in any profession, you got to be committed, regardless if you like it or don't. You got to be committed, and with all sincerity, being honest with what I've observed in the community, including myself. I haven't seen too many. The ones that I have, I know who they are, and they're quite well spoken, and they have their own channels. But eventually, a lot of times, it falls by the wayside to a certain point, and it becomes a shit show only because you have to cater to the more lower denomination. Hey, JC.
There we go. He's up here. Hey, Jeebus, how's it going, brother?
I was muted. My bad.
Sorry.
I just wanted to come up and kind of just lightweight apologize for being so freaking anal earlier on the dude. But it really is. It's not a personal problem with him. I just wanted you to know that because I don't like it when I just think sometimes I can see what's really going on when other people can't. And I see a dude, and I see he's like his whole intention is to bully somebody that I'm friends with, and that what I mean. I don't think deserves it. And the whole calling someone childish and all that shit kind of got under my skin because I mean this is a dude, right, that is like targeting the first thing that he can see in a person because they don't agree with his bullshit. like with the Pamela chick and how he was making fun of her because she has big tits and all this, and then has the
Right.
nerve to call someone else a child, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
so I was gonna say he hasn't seen
Go
my
ahead.
boobs. He hasn't seen my boobs. And you know something? You were defending that your hat's honor today, JC.
hey, I love that hat. It's cool as shit.
Well done. Go ahead. Sorry, Axis.
My bad.
No,
I didn't even interrupt you.
no, it's perfectly fine, man. I appreciate your perspectives and your observations and opinions on, especially something you know that has to do with broader thinking, learning, and even the entertainment aspect of it. I choose to refrain from giving those people any type of ground, uh, lest they become infectious and start contaminating what
Mm, mm.
message I have to relay.
And there you go, right there, right? Because the only reason he was on London Stream was to promote his own channel, A, and to spin narratives about people he doesn't like, B. And it's like you're talking about optics, dude, all the time about optics, and then you're displaying fucking bully optics on the internet. It's this thing like I'm gonna put a post out on my community probably about this, but these trolls, right? To me, a troll is someone who in real life, like in reality, is just nobody, like miserable fucking nothing. You know, couldn't bust a grape, but then goes on the internet and talks like super fucking tough, like they're just the man, dude. Like this other cat that he calls daddy, it bugs the fuck out of me, bro. And I like to expose shit like that. These dudes are talking all the time about exposing this and that, but when they get exposed, it's like being, but you know what I mean? It's like they're butt naked. They get super duper offensive. They want to talk over you. It's like, man,
I,
if the best you have is my hat, bro, then you really have no grounds. Right? And I think that's obvious.
well, that comes from personal shortcomings and their own inadequacies of their appearance or something that they may actually find joy in, but because it isn't the common and they want to stay relative, they will start attacking individual points of the person's persona. I found that it was very prophetic that I was talking about how the serpent seeded our eyes. The serpent gave us the serpent mind. Therefore, being able to view outside of that is a real challenge because we are living in the same fishbowl. And though we have different states of being, we're still in the same fishbowl. And I'm not allowing them to dominate my fishbowl, but still staying receptive to the fact that they're there because they are there, whether we like it or not, and still come across with some type of relevancy that strays away from that, but still yet recognizes them as a human, as another conscious entity, and has some type of value in what they say is sometimes troubling for me. I have a problem with that at times.
Well,
You know,
the thing I have a problem with with that guy, right, is because like, all right, you're raising awareness, right, or you're attempting to. Like most of us in this community know about these things already, right? We've we've had the internet for a while, and we've seen and heard about all this stuff that you're spouting. But when it goes into accusing people of things that are very serious accusations, right? And these are, I was in prison with a couple of guys that I would swear, man, like I'm pretty sure they were innocent, Like
Right.
this, they blamed him because his house burnt down and his wife was in the house, so they charged him with arson because he accidentally caused a fire. Right?
Wow.
Guy's been fighting it for like 20 years. He's an old man now. I mean, he's freaking probably never get out of prison. But there were also guys in there that were like, there was this kid. He was like 19, I think, and he was fresh out of high school. His girlfriend was still in high school. She was like 17 or 18. But either way, she lived in her dad's house. She went to break up with this dude, and he lost his shit, and he threatened to kill himself with her dad's gun. The guy was stupid enough, like he cocked the gun back, but he didn't know how to, uncock the gun. So he went out in the backyard and discharged it in the air. It got him 4 years in prison. For
Damn.
burglary. They hit him with burglary because he was in the girl's house and her dad didn't give him permission, even though the girl let him in the house. And just crazy shit. But you accuse somebody of being like a pedo or whatever, you better know for a fact that that's what they are and that's what they're into. Bring receipts for shit like that. Because the minute you accuse somebody of something like that and you can't prove it, I'm going to stop taking you seriously, for real. I mean, at that point, you're just spouting off garbage, and you should be you should have your internet privileges strict. Like his mama needs to take his computer away, for real.
It would seem so. In the law of the jungle, he would have already been, or by natural law, he would have already been removed as a potential for scaring off potential food or just becoming an inconvenience to the pack or the small tribe. And in a natural setting, yeah, he wouldn't stand a chance.
That's the
But
thing, though. There are no consequences for trolls because they get to hide behind their little comfort box and their little screen, and they get to spout off whatever the fuck they want to say. And in reality, they know they wouldn't do that. Like that dude, if he was standing in front of me, and I don't mean to promote violence on your channel or whatever, but I would probably knock his teeth down his throat for something just simple as, "Hey, dude, look at your stupid gay ass hat." Like, all right, dude. I bet you won't talk to me like that again. And people have learned the hard way. I'm just saying, it is what it is. We live in the real world. Violence is not always the answer, but sometimes it's the only answer.
I can relate to that, especially in my earlier days of not being so patient with other people. I thought it was kind of interesting that whenever I was discussing viewing the world through the adversary's eyes or the serpent's eyes, because they were given to you, and then when he came in during the course of a exchange of probably more broad thinking, he was demonstrating exactly what I was speaking on, is that his mind is trapped behind the eyes of the serpent. And for him to get away from that would mean that he would have to recognize the serpent within himself and then start working from there.
Then you're talking about facing your fears, which is something a lot of people won't do these days. We've been programmed to be comfortable and to not step outside of that. And you're right. People are scared of what they don't know. And he obviously didn't understand what you were talking about. And I mean, maybe I didn't completely either. But I'm not going to squirm and squeal because something freaking makes me uncomfortable and I don't understand it. Right? Dude was in the chat for a good 10 minutes just, what the fuck's he talking about? And, like, all right, dude, if you don't know, then why do you care? Just wait for something you understand and you can contribute to, and then jump in the conversation. Don't jump in the conversation, interrupt somebody's flow, and be like, "I don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid." Like,
Guys, can I coin in for a bit here?
I get pretty sick of it. That's all.
Okay. What I'm going to share with you guys is 101.
Okay.
There is something where you can actually modify somebody's behavior and personality. That's one thing. And then there's things when it's life threatening. So now, as children, and most people don't realize they're still a child, you do not, most people aren't looking for punishment, they're looking for rewards. So when you have a child, you do not spend any fucking energy whatsoever on bad behavior if you have another child that's actually doing good behavior. That's behavior modification. Spending any fucking time talking about somebody's bad behavior is a waste of energy. And that's what they're going to get. That's their reward. Don't expect to fucking change them. Now, if you're going to life threatening them, that's different. And even that, you're modifying their behavior, but they're going to go back to their old ways. If anything else, they're going to be a little bit more pissed off. So now, when a child, and if you think that what you deem was good behavior, you give that attention to that person. That child that's doing what we'll call mischievous behaviors, they're looking for rewards. They will change their behavior. Giving, in this case, Snafu, any fucking type of attention, I mean any type of attention, is wasted energy. At all. And if a person finds out I'm defending my hat or whatever and all that, that tells a lot about the individual. Then they're not developed. It's just a fucking hat. Defending one's ego is denying themselves of what's called maturity, developing one's emotions. This is the Christ consciousness that people hear about. They have to elevate beyond their lower fucking state. Now, that might sound harsh for some people, but giving people attention tells a lot about the person that is allowing it and the other ones that are still participating. It's like waiting for a bus driver that passes by you and then you're bitching, complaining to the next bus driver. What the fuck are you doing? It has nothing to do with me. You have an issue with something that happened a long time ago, and this is what's happened. That's 101, guys. This is about behaviors. This is about personality. Right. Our many masks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, Don. That's why I didn't even open my mouth. I just kind of stepped back. But I was pondering, this is a particular, not only him, but individuals of that type of nature. AI is incorporating that through machine learning right now. Mm-hmm. So his behavior in the future is something he's going to possibly have to contend with through another means of an entity or whatever they decide to put label on of the sentient AI, because he contributed, we all contributed to its better being or its worse nature.
Yeah, I'm with you. But if that behavior, if you understand discernment, I don't care if I'm talking to an alien or basically AI, I should be able to handle myself and have discernment in each given moment and realize, regardless if I set up later on, if I've improved myself and I've changed, those things will test me to see whether or not I'm going to stay true. It's like when a Christian says, well, I've never been a Christian, but I'm going to be a Christian. Now you're truly going to be challenged by these fucking demons. I think it's going to be great just because you're waiting a little button and I'm fucking Jesus. No, and now you're going to be challenged. For the first time in your life, you're truly going to be challenged. All this other stuff is not for keeps. They're not actually play games for keeps. And most children don't understand that. My idea will just be, okay, tell me when you're done. Once again, tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done. And once you're done, you're still going to school. I don't care if you bitch and complain. You're still going to school. Why? Because you're not old enough to understand the difference. And for most of these people, they're not old enough to understand the difference. And when I talk about old enough, I'm talking about maturity. They're just not mature enough. And getting rattled by these guys or talking, and I heard you say, JC, talking about somebody else in some other channel called Daddy's a waste of fucking energy. He's not there to represent himself. We know who we're talking about. But you know something? If you really hear him, whether he's doing it or not, he's calling people out on their own shit, which they should be doing for themselves first.
Right. I was kind of hoping he would just reflect on that a little bit. Just maybe don't see it. I think he does. I think they all do. And to me, it's like, okay, there's this guy. He's a self-proclaimed pimp, right? What does a pimp do? He rules over hoes, right? So right. If you're calling the pimp daddy, then guess who you are?
If I'm a crook and you're an honest person and we both figure each other, we remove ourselves. Don't fucking think for one fucking second you're going to change my behavior.
Right.
At that point, well, it's not about being right. It's just a matter of knowing yourself. This is not about knowing others. It's about knowing oneself. And once you're around somebody else, you might not even realize there might be a fucking demon playing through one of these characters, and they're saying you're child's play for me. The only difference right now, you're protected because you're in that fucking vessel. Outside of that, you could be playing with a whole bunch of demons, and they're going to say you're a child. And when I say child, I'm talking about those years between 7 and 14 when emotionally you should start learning how to develop those things. Now, most people will get upset. Well, I got triggered. Okay, did you get triggered because he said something mean, or did you get triggered because somebody said, what a nice looking fucking car you got? That's where most people triggers are. They're attached to their comforts, their pleasures. They're not anybody ever challenged them. But my question's always been, why do you got to wait for somebody else to fucking challenge you? They should be doing that for themselves. Unfortunately, Snafu, whether he knows or not, he's actually helping people. I'm not saying he's doing it aware. And a lot of people get all upset about him. I said, tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done. Now, I get it. I'm on somebody else's channel. I got to respect. It's his channel. If I don't like it, it's my responsibility to remove myself, not them.
Right on. Look, I've always been kind of childish, and I'll probably be that way to the day I die. I got this like a mask of humor that I wear around the house and stuff, and it cheers people up or whatever.
Great
And
quality.
I have my days, you know what I mean? And yeah, things do get to me, and not
Tells you
to the
you're
point.
human. Tells you that you're human.
And sometimes there are what seems like emotion, but really just me putting that out there to get the reaction that I'm looking for. And I think that it's a little selfish, but I'm willing to admit it. And I'll admit I'm pretty childish. There's a lot of childish characteristics about me that I'm not ashamed of whatsoever.
Listen, they're not to be ashamed about it, but what you're doing is the exact same he's doing it, just from a different perspective, where you both are trying to hold one position. I've had this conversation with people. I said, so how would you debate my view? And I just wait for them. Tell me, how do you debate my fucking view? If they turn around and say anything else but Dominic, I don't know your view. I said, exactly. They're mine to fucking own. Anybody ever tells me they're going to drive over me, I said, that's my fucking responsibility, not yours. You want to share with me your views? I'll gladly hear you. And I'm the kind of person, I'll hear people. I'm not here to tell him otherwise. If he wants to talk about pedophilia, that's not fucking nothing new. There's people that do that shit all the time. And then if people understand psychology, if you don't understand it, then you perpetuate that shit by doing it to other people. Now, are they bad people? I don't know. If you start talking about all the different crimes humanity does, that might be in the top 10, maybe at best. But unfortunately, people hear quotes, pedophilia, or they hear murder. It depends on the situation. A wise person would turn around and say, I don't know the whole story. Did he defend himself? Was he defending his family? People are so quick to judge with their emotions that they don't realize they're reacting. They're not having the ability to respond. Now, if you want to have a good gist in a conversation, if I was at a restaurant and I heard you and Snafu going at it, I would quickly look at the restaurant owner. You better fucking clean that shit up quickly. Why? Because if I leave as a customer, I'm going to tell everybody else who's the idiot that wants to stick around, because I don't want to be everybody else's fucking amusement. Now, if it's a private conversation, you guys can go at it. Fill your boots. If we were in the garage and the boys were chilling, I say, yeah, let JC and Snafu go at it. They want to play with each other, we'll giggle, whatever. But if I was around my parents, I'd say, guys, that fucking moronic talk stays here. It doesn't go there. And this is what most people do. They'll do anything to be a prostitute for other people. Which is fine. But you know something, G? I'm the kind of guy, you pay me enough money, fuck, I'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear, but it better be a lot of money. No, I get it. I'm hearing it. And he comes out, everybody knows what he's going to do. That's the girl from Charlie's Brown. You know what's going on. You know she's going to pull the football.
She's going to pull the fucking foot out.
Every time he's going to do that. Now, he might have some valid point, but now I'm going to be looking at it. Is he the boy crying wolf? Eventually, he might crying wolf so many times. When the time he really needs us, you're on your own, buddy. Oh, by the way, Cage is back door.
Yeah, so I'm getting ready to take care of Dom. Thank you so much for that.
Oh yeah. Dom,
So, fellas,
your words are always appreciated, man. Always.
Oh, hey Cage, how's it going, brother?
really good. Thanks for having me. Cheers, everybody.
Oh, absolutely. Good to have you. Good to have you. So, how have you been adjusting to this push and pull of energies that have been present in the atmosphere here lately. I'm taking note, and hopefully the stone tablet I'm inscribing this on 10,000 years down the line, these people understand that on this particular point in the cycle, you're going to experience this energy. Just trying to figure out where to hide the stone at. Am I muted?
I was gonna say, I guess I can take advantage of the awkward silence. Uh, so to change the subject off of characters, can we talk about characteristics? D- Dominic, do you believe in angels and demons? And if so, how do you view those things? Like, what is your description?
I've never seen one, but if enough people talk about it, I have to entertain the ideal. So, for me, what comes to me, angels, angles, kind of ideal. Demons could be something like there's an earthly demon, maybe some sort of ghost or host, whatever somebody wants to call them. But I've never seen one myself, JC.
So more of an idea than an actual.
Yeah,
Well, an idea is an entity if you think about it. I mean,
yeah.
um,
Yourself, since you've asked a question.
I do, and I think that I have seen them actually. Maybe both. Crazy stories to tell on there, but on one occasion there were psychedelics involved, so we can attribute that. But I definitely experienced demons of some sort. I believe in incubus because I've woke up from some really strange, like sleep paralysis type things, and seen some things in the room with me that I don't know. I can't really explain. I hear a lot of people though with the same description and having the same experiences, so I'm not alone. I don't think there's a lot actually I've been looking into. Uh, but as far as angels, yeah, definitely I do. I do. Um,
I know my wife's worked with supposedly like people like Gabrielle and Archangel Michael when she does healing or Reiki and all that stuff. So I give people the benefit of the doubt what they're sharing as long as they get it. Um, I can say about even paralysis myself. But again, it's one of those things I think you shared. How do you share that with somebody else?
right.
It's challenging. You can share, we share it in words, but how do I describe the sunset to you through your eyes? No. Again, it's the physical. These other things, it could be like that extrasensory that we have, maybe Axis or Cage and yourself can elaborate. But again, I can only hear you guys and entertain it as ideals.
Well, um, to me, I know there's energies outside of me and beyond my spectrum. For me, I know that goes without question, and it is um, a part of my existence and my reality. Sometimes, sometimes some presences of energy are much more uh, noticeable than others, but I really don't. I I I, I can't put forth the notion that outside of my visual perspective, because of what I've experienced for myself, that I can truly address myself and say, no, they don't exist. Because to me, they're just as real as you or Cage or Jeebus. It's just they're not on the same form and function in this plane of existence.
Right, like something could be a construct of your mind, right? But it also could exist on another plane that you're not aware of. Um, just because you created it in your mind doesn't mean it didn't exist already in the ether. That's like the thing with people say, "Well, my thoughts are my thoughts." Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you tell them, "Well, then what's going to be your next thought?" You don't know because you haven't had it yet because it hasn't come to you yet. So where's it coming from? If it's coming to you, right? Where do ideas come from? Where does inspiration come from? Um, you know,
Well, I've had two people that don't know each other that are deep into these esoteric orders that tell me you can actually invoke these things or like make it like appear in the room. these two people, I believe them when they're telling me this. Like, there's two separate people that don't know each other. I've heard it on like multiple occasions. I've got to take their word for it. I wouldn't attempt to do that, but it takes a long time. Like they'll be there for like days doing it, and then someone will appear.
Yeah, I believe in that because I don't know. I had spoken on this before. I think it was on this platform on your panel about the portals. There was an instance where I was engaged in some stuff and I looked up and I seen an opening and I saw my mother sitting in a chair in her living room. She looks at me and then it closes and another one opens and I can see my daughter, which I hadn't seen physically in about 6 years at the time, sitting on a bed looking at a tablet, looking way older than I remembered her looking the last time I'd saw her. And I stood up and I just, I stopped what I was doing and I stood up and I told Sarah, my mom's about to call me, right? Because something told me she's about to call you. Your phone's about to ring. And when it did, it freaking brought me to tears. Like I couldn't believe that I just knew that was going to happen. I saw it. She said that she was asleep in her living room on her chair, exactly like I saw her. She said something just told her that to call and check on me. Her phone was in her car. She went outside and got it, and she called me. We were. I mean, I was a little freaked out about it, and I can't explain how it worked or how it was achieved. I just know it happened. So when people tell me stories like that, I don't, I don't call them crazy for sure. Even if I can't understand it, it's just something beyond my understanding. I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to try to understand it. That's literally my sole mission in life is just to try to understand things better, try to learn things I don't know, and achieve things that seem impossible, you know?
Well, Jeebus, this, sorry, give me a second, Gage. This is where, I get your phone number. I dial a bunch of numbers. It goes through the airways, and now I'm talking to you. Same idea. So some people, and you might be able to do that, maybe because you've done certain mind altering things where you can pick up when your mother or your friends are calling. No different, a woman that usually have children, or the ones that are attuned anyway, they'll be able to know my child's sick somewhere else. So these are energy waves that we're just tapping in. I'm pretty sure eventually the Wi-Fi will be some sort of device that it's going to elevate, that we can talk to ones that are no longer with us. They're in a different realm and we can communicate with them. Some people already do. It's just the masses don't. So for you to have that, I would have to say, yeah, because I can cross relate that with technology we have today. It's just that we just take it for granted. Like, how does that work with all the different combination of numbers going in the airway? Forget about the satellite and the phone. Those are just material things. How does all that energy, who's giving us that ability? Is that us?
Right.
Oh.
And who was it? Who came up with it? How did it go from wires to waves?
Well, this is a natural phenomenon. It has to do with the Earth's magnetic field. You see how pigeons and turtles and fish navigate, and they know how to, they're like homing pigeons, carrier pigeons, and how they know to get one place to the other and then come back.
Did you just spin that all around, Case, to eventually talk about cats?
All animals, including humans, are all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, and all thoughts are shared within the mind, like subconscious, even if it's not conscious.
I'm with you, Kate. I was teasing that one part, but yes, I'm with you on the magnetic part. And, again, we're using words to describe things. So we're calling it magnetic. Who knows, in future generations, they're going to use a different word and they'll laugh about us. I can't believe they were saying gravity and they were talking about magnetic. I can't believe they got distracted with the Earth being flat or triangles or whatever.
Oh, no, 2 cats and a rat. Uh-oh. And fire.
Yeah.
And the Phoenix fire.
No shit.
Say that fire did look like. I was gonna say it looked like a phoenix.
Yeah, I took that picture. That was like a 12-foot fire.
Look, I got a photograph of a fire. It's more of an up close. I zoomed in to get the image that I got, but in this flame, you could see a man. It appeared to be wearing like a white T-shirt with flames coming off his head. I mean, like he had a real facial expressions and everything.
That was me, man. You saw me.
bro. And I mean, it literally it looked like a prison inmate. You know, where they wear the white T-shirts and the. But
In
I
the
mean, you could
cage,
see
huh?
details, the hands, everything. It looked like just a dude with fingers and all. I mean, it was crazy looking. I still have the picture, I think, somewhere. Yeah, it looked like the Ghost Rider, but like he wasn't having very much fun. Put the
I
look
don't
on
know.
his face.
Yeah, but there's animal magnetism, and human beings have the same makeup in their biology.
Look at this
There's a
cat.
lot of studies on it. Like they did this one study in Laurentian in Canada in Sudbury where I've said this multiple times, but they've had two people in a darkened room, acoustically silent, and they're measuring their EEGs. And when they share a specific magnetic field around like the Earth's magnetic, like around 7.83 hertz or whatever, um, what happens is like the two minds essentially become one. So you could flash a light in the dark room in one room, and the other person's brain responds at the exact same moment as if they saw the light. And like even thoughts give off photons. Right? You can't see them with the human eye, but you can use something called a photomultiplier tube in order to see it coming off of the mind. Right? So they think it's connected through light.
I would probably agree with that. Um, the true base of most of what we've gotten from academics and the research they've done on a quantum level or subatomic level seems to have a core that is flexible and more photonic than it is actual a solidified state. It doesn't become a solidified state until it assumes, according to academics and quantum science, until it assumes observation or residual thought, and then it solidifies itself into the plane of existence we're on. I hate to even call this reality, and calling it holographic and projected is one form of it, mathematically dominated, yes, but I'm having a hard time sticking labels back on things that I know better of now. You know, it'd be like me walking around half my life calling a cat a dog and a dog a cat, and then I find out they respond better when you reverse your approach and you realize that these are two different types of beasts, and you know they're not necessarily even categorized by the name that we give them, just the species classification. And going back to resorting to like Earth being Earth as it was to me when I was younger or before I understood the concept of energy frequency and vibration manifesting into this pliable place that we seem to be working in. I have to rename everything, and that's going to take some personal restructuring, and then hopefully I can at least lay that over to somebody that will understand that. Once you start stepping outside of the bounds and you start taking on new perspectives, you find that the words that you used to use are somehow non-descriptive or limited to what you're actually speaking on in present time.
Access, original Venus is in the backstage. Somebody's backstage.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, it doesn't show up. Okay, okay.
No problem. I got you. I got you, buddy.
Thank
No
you,
problem.
thank you.
Hi, Leslie.
How's it going?
Okay. How is everyone?
Wonderful.
Good. Welcome.
A lot of interesting topics. Right up my alley.
Good, good, good. I'm
You were
Always,
talking
always
about the
welcome.
soulless ones?
Hmm.
The dark entities.
Yeah, there's for me, there's variations of entities. There's not just one type of entity beyond our scope of
Ex-
perception. There are many
ex-
types of energies.
None of them would be positive because only beings positive. And everything's made out of light anyway. It's just meant is the light.
I would
Is
have
she breaking up to you guys, or or is she coming through clear? I need to
Go
know if
ahead.
that's me or her end.
Go ahead, Leslie, again, so I can hear you. I heard I heard the light part. Everything's of light. I heard that part.
Yeah,
Oh,
you may have to adjust your microphone or check your echo status because we're getting a broken signal on you here.
oh,
There you are.
um,
She's, you're there,
okay.
Leslie. Go ahead. So you were sharing about everything is light, Leslie. That part, I obviously I heard that.
proceed.
Okay, how does this sound?
Beautiful.
Much better. Thank you.
No problem.
If I can share, guys, then, because Leslie shared, if you want to add to it, Leslie, when I share this, where if order does come out of chaos, I would go with the ideal that everything, the known, which would be light, but then what's the essence to it? Is that what we would call the unknown darkness, the yin that comes from it, or goes to it in that case?
Well, um, boy, there's a lot to answer in that, but it's okay.
Just possibilities. It's just possibilities if you want to share, Leslie.
Well, I go by knowing, not of the matrix or the mind. The mind is a part of the control system
Mhm.
that the entities use. And I've been outside because I did my alignment back in 2020 with Source Field. And my basic persona is in a grouping of thousands. Um, it's the same consciousness, but they are all versions of that persona, and that makes up your soul group. So my soul group had taken me to show me places OBE, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
They took me outside of this light matrix, and I was in the dark abyss. I saw the archons, and there is no solar system. It's all illusions inside this matrix,
I'm with
this
you on
light.
that. Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry, my apologies. I'm saying I'm with you on that. Yes.
All right. And they also showed me Source Field, and that's a place. Source is not a god or a maker or creator or anything. And I remembered how I came to be because I just like remembered it. Everyone can remember it, the origins, but they have to blank slate themselves to like align with the higher field, to have your original abilities as a being. You have to blank slate yourself from this place and everything that you've learned, all attachments, everything, in order to be able to perceive at a higher level, you know?
Mhm. I've heard, and you saw consciousness, access consciousness, when you almost have to trick what's called the mind, because the mind is here to anchor. This is why when I think JC, you were talking earlier about thoughts. If a person truly feels as though they're controlling thoughts, then why can't they speak all the different languages? Because that's where they all come from thoughts. That's where we get the language of consciousness is called thoughts. So as Leslie's talking about it, yeah, you almost have to trick it. That's my word, I guess. Obviously, I'm using the word trick because the mind, that's where all things are stored. And these entities do use it. It's kind of like being able to eventually use AI. You can manipulate the
Oh,
program that everybody uses.
yeah, most definitely.
What if there is only one language? What if there's only really one language, and the difference, what separates that one language into many, are the actual words that we use to speak it? And we're getting into like the Tower of Babel and all that kind of stuff. At one time, everyone spoke the same language. It was maybe there were no
Well,
words up to that point, and then that's what separated. What made us all different and had to speak different languages.
We have different languages, we just don't see it, such as Braille, American Sign Language, body language. Thought is it?
Body language.
Yeah, some people would say symbols are more superior than words are.
I don't know.
You know,
Maybe more superior, but I don't think more effective, and I'll tell you why.
go ahead,
Um,
please.
if I flip somebody off, right?
I
That's
love it.
me. I'm displaying a symbol to them that means fuck off or fuck you, or they know what it means, right?
Yeah.
Um, I think it would be easier for them to dismiss that than it would be for them to dismiss me standing in front of them and saying fuck you, because those words will more than likely inspire some kind of emotion that the symbol would not. They're hearing it. It's creating a vibration that's not on a subtle level per se, and I just think it has more effect that way.
Okay, so if
And
you flip a finger, hold on. If you flip a finger, you have to activate other languages, emotions. You have to, a condition is another language. So somebody would have to actually understand what even that means
right.
before they even understand it. If we're just talking about the spoken language, that's one thing. But all the other ones are programs. Me observing certain behaviors is its own language. It's a way of communicating. I'm going to change the word language to the way we communicate with each other. And there's thousands of different languages, and they're not just based on spoken. So in that case, flipping a finger, I would have to have a program, which would be another language, to understand what that even means and how am I affected by it. If I don't have an emotion to that, then I'm just looking at somebody. I'll be curious, which would be another language. What's he trying to say to me?
So
it's
do you?
all mind.
I'm sorry, Les. Go ahead.
Mind, the mind stuff is the negative entities, which I call them demiurge, and they are playing all the parts behind the scenes. They're in control of all the mind programming. What I did to release me from the control over, well, not to say that it was in much control anyway, but was a breathing technique. You breathe in, and then you count to 6 to keep the mind busy, and then you exhale, and then before inhaling, you count to 4, and then you inhale slowly, and you just do that for a little while, and then the mind start coming at you, but don't pay them no mind, like just disassociate yourself. Like, just be a neutral observer. Just let all of them come in and go out. Don't address them. And then eventually they stop. Now, I did it for 9 hours to train it to be still. And then I waited a couple days and I made another go of it for 6 hours. But 2 of the hours was enough that time for me to find the stillness, to exist in that thoughtless state, was giving me the ability to sense my true essence as a source being. And well, I wasn't quite done at that point, 2 hour mark, but I went through some phases and I wrote them down. It's in my alignment video playlist. It's only to help you guys, not to promote nothing, because I don't care about channels really. Only those who want to end the madness of a fake life here. You
But
know,
you're welcome to name your channel or put a link in the chat. I'm sure anyone here will assist you with putting your link up. They one of them should be able to. I don't quite got that down yet, but I do. Yeah, I definitely promote uh, more intellectual channels here, and especially if you're on the panel, you are more than welcome to promote your channel. Just to let you know you're on safe ground.
thank you. I appreciate it.
It
It's
sounds
just
like.
words of
I'm sorry.
beingness agreement.
Yeah, the breathing technique you described sounds like something called Qigong breathing, or there's another one called lower Dantian breathing, which is used in Eastern alchemy, stuff like that.
Yeah, you just concentrate on something like that. The breathing and the counting, and that distracts the mind. And it slows the shit down, uh and then you can just observe them from there on out. Don't try and force to stop thinking. Just let it flow through. And then once you do get the stillness, then you, after a while, like a lot of things will come up. So then you automatically go into the phases. You go, uh, forgive everyone, forgive yourself. And then you'll go into thankfulness once you run the forgiveness out, right? Then you go into the thankfulness, and then just let it run. Uh, Nothing is forced. It's all like natural. Like your intuition guides you. You go into gratitude, and then from after you run the gratitude out, then you go into um, appreciation. You just appreciate everything, and that will raise your awareness. You go through the phases like that, and then it gradually it lifts you up into being able to feel like your true self, your beingness. And then you attain that beingness through going through all this. And then you can really know yourself as a soul being instead of a human dualistic persona. That's too easy. Everybody knows themselves. That's just like one of those programs to keep everybody looping. Oh, I hope not,
So
though.
when did you start taking on this endeavor?
Well, it took me about 2.5 years from January 1st, 2017, until 2.5 years later. I was going through all kinds of stuff. I had the Lizzies and the Grays and their deceptions, and they were just trying to control me. And homegirl don't play. I don't let nobody control me. But I just I saw through the bullshit eventually. But my on January 1st, 2017 is when I first heard my soul group, but I didn't remember them. They emit, like all of us do at origin, a tone, uh, all different frequencies, and sometimes they're even toned, but they do have their variations, each being. Now, when they all get together and they tone, it sounds like a vacuum whine, sort of like a steady tone, a frequency, right? And then they got their telepathy ways of communicating. That comes with the tones. I had to figure this all out on my own, uh, to remember. So I had to raise my awareness level above human to perceive them. I heard them prior, but that's them uh waking me up, because we are like unconscious, like barely functional as beings. Uh our awareness consciousness state has been redirected into the matrix, into the avatar, so we could feel pain. It's kind of like a torture. Okay. It's a station system,
Let me
a
let me
coding system,
let
because
me
they
ask you.
want to eradicate source, love itself, beingness, because the negatives are all mind, and they're at the bottom of the tone scale, you could say. Like, they're hate in pure form, but formless. So that's what they got against us. And they do not have their own eternal life force energy. So they want ours. So they built this soul trap. They entrapped a bunch of soul beings. They have been extracting their life force energy to power the matrix. The energy comes from us.
Okay, let
Okay?
me ask you. Yeah. Before you continue, I have a question I'd like to throw out there for all of you. Is before you took on the endeavor of trying to become more aware of energies in your environment and a broader consciousness, it seems that everybody goes through a state where they feel like And this is generalizing because it's generally the case with a lot of people that they felt observed by entities, or they felt in the presence of something that they couldn't identify directly, and a type of presence that made itself known but didn't make necessarily its intent uh, abundantly clear. And this seems to be the case with people that I've ran into throughout the years, that just before they started endeavoring into research that would be considered what we endeavor in, um, even metaphysics. Did you go through? Is that what started you,
Oh,
Dom or Kate? I mean, yeah, any of you can answer that because it did me. I mean, there was a presence, but it wasn't like a God presence. It was just a recognition that something
Yeah.
else was there.
oh, they made themselves known to me.
Yeah, I would have to say the same. I experienced things like that from probably the first I can remember was about the age of 5 or 6. Uh, and then the next time I was like, I think 15, 16, and it appeared in humanoid form this time. It was actually had a shape. But the first time I experienced this thing, it had no shape. It was fluid, kind of hovering above me while I was sleeping and making some kind of a sound that I didn't really understand. It was like a language that I didn't understand, like a type of whisper.
Hmm.
Whatever it was, it had control over me because I was froze solid. I could not move. Like I tried to reach out and touch whatever it was, and I froze. Like I literally felt what I would describe as fear go from the tip of my finger down my arm and in my heart, and just I was frozen. you know, um, and I remember every detail of that night and everything that happened right after. And but throughout the years, probably I've encountered this. I don't know what to call it, being this entity or essence or whatever you want to call it. Probably about a total of probably 8 times, seven or eight for sure, seven. Um, so you know,
The mind, they are in control of all the minds. And so it talked to you through the mind that you're attached to. That's how they work.
What about you, Dom or Cage? Did you guys, before you endeavored into your research and your development, um, was there a type of energy being felt, almost an observant or an intrusive type of energy outside of the body before you took off on your path of understanding at a broader spectrum?
For me, it was like I was getting divorced, and I remember I shed tears for a good couple of weeks, and then having a conversation with something within me, and I was asking for some sort of help, and I remember having a communication with it, and it said, "But I'm not supposed to be upfront." I said, "At this point, I'm not concerned," and something took over. So I think something that within me decided to lead opposed to follow. And I always value the concept there is, walk-ins. We have something that's running the body. So this is why when people talk about legions or people talk about being in the zone or something steps in. So we have many personas and behaviors, and there's demons or daemons.
Okay.
Now it could be there to serve. Even the mind. I get it. The mind and the brain to me are different. It's there to serve. If you choose to be in stillness and not needed service, that's where people don't have that much attachments. But if people want to have a thought, how are they going to work with it? We're using the mind. But some people will defend it, opposed to realizing it's there to serve.
Right. I
You have,
can understand that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you have to unplug from it. Now, that technique I was telling you about, I know for sure that it works. Uh,
Works in
it's
what
it's
way?
a it's a effort though. Like when it's newly done, because everyone is so used to being the mind being in control instead of yourself and your origin way of operation through telepathy and sensing and uh, intuition, being intuitive. It's a little bit different than just intuition. It's like a knowing. And these entities micromanage everyone to keep them stuck in the looping machine because there's actually no death. They just get rid of the avatars after so many years or whatever. Like there's a lot that is done. There's programming and there's like accidents and shit. It's just all dramatics. Just if you believe anything, they use it against you. So I say knowing is the only thing that's important, not what you believe, you know, not of the mind.
Hmm. So I've been working on something along that lines, and I just announced it today, and it's bringing the three states of self, the the dream state, the conscious state, and the astral, the out of body, non-present state, together into one unified, uh, constant awareness of each other. Instead of having your dreams and your waking time or out of physical form time being compartmentalized, bringing them into a whole and using them as a continual one source of transcendentalism without the compartmentalization that comes with it. I'm
Well,
trying to tap into something.
the dreaming and being put to sleep uh, is the machinery of the matrix because your avatar is connected to your being, your true form. So because they are using our some of our abilities like against us, like they flip the script on us. So we are in connection with these avatars and all the pain that you feel and everything is real. You really feel it, but it's actually fake at the same time. This light matrix is like, there's a reason why it's only temporary, but you could have many lifetimes of being in a state of amnesia because that's what they do in between one avatar and another avatar life is they really use their high tech to like memory wipe and stuff, they like do all kinds of stuff all the time to everyone. They can't even see that they're in a trap. The majority are so unconscious,
I
and you
mean,
can't get through to them. It's almost impossible.
I want to offer up a channel that he's taken on this endeavor of soul trap and soul imprisonment and um, you know the afterlife scenario that he's expecting or what he's um, come to understand. We are awake um, news. I'll put the link in for you unless you already are aware of Ian and his channel. But they speak a lot on what you're talking about.
I've
The,
been
the
over Eden's.
okay,
Yeah, yeah. He's getting. I've left comments for him. I've been on his panel once years ago. Um, but I just want to help others, like have realization somewhere, so that would give them the best outcome. It's gonna be, you know, any kind of uh, satisfaction or gratification for me. It's to help others be liberated. Um, because really, our it's actually not really a soul trap, because the soul is our like persona, life force energy together, and what these creeps that run this uh deception matrix is um just obliterate the positive side of people. You see how degraded one gets, but they also are going deeper and deeper. Their awareness conscious state went from 100% down to unconsciousness. So that is the key, is your awareness consciousness state. You want to raise it back to your origin, and you are a complete being. It's not just soul being together, and you've never been anything else, just hooked up to the machinery in here. And to get out of it, once you are back to 100% conscious and aware, nothing can hold you. You can defend yourself against them. In fact, you might take a few of them out on the way out.
can you describe them or give me your
Which ones?
understanding or comprehension? Well, apparently the ones that are seeking the most control over us as a species.
Sure. They are negative thought forms. They are all mind. They are the language speaking. They put it into the system. So they know how man thinks, because it was their build, it was their programming.
So you attribute this one particular energy of thought
It's
as being
no, they're
the
negative thought forms. There's many of them. They're formless forms,
okay,
and
okay.
we have made all kinds of things like biobots to do the manual labor of like doing all of the degradation in the matrix field.
You contribute them with creating this place.
I have some videos. I caught some of them. It's different, some different kinds of them. But really, my main concern is awareness, consciousness state, and helping everyone get out. Because once you leave here, this is just like a distant memory, and you like don't relate to it anymore after a little while, and then you just become yourself again as a soul being that's a manifester of energy, no less. Never sleeps and never eats or takes a shit.
Where'd you
Right.
get all these ideas from? Like, where'd you learn this stuff from? I wonder.
Myself, I just remember by raising my awareness consciousness state. I'm in tuned and
Yeah, but like
aligned.
I know what you mean, but like you mentioned like gray or like aliens or grays or like reptiles or something. You've seen them. I'm pretty like that was an idea that was around before you were probably born, right? So,
Well, I was born in 1960.
yeah, I think that idea came before.
Well, I didn't want to get into other people's stuff so that I could keep what I remembered, and all of the steps, all of the levels of awareness. My perspective changed as I went because I could perceive more of reality, really. I can feel myself in two bodies at the same time. This avatar in my true form, which is a light being. And this is like really heavy. And everybody is forced OBE or this system couldn't operate. So they've used a lot of our abilities to make this seem real. You feel the air on your skin. You when you're hungry, you feel that pain, all of it. You get cut, stabbed, killed, whatever. You feel all that pain, and that affects your soul. And so if
Do you
you
see this as
let
a good?
it
Do you
will
see this as a? I'm sorry.
what?
Go ahead. Do you see this as a
What?
good place? As a good place or a bad?
No.
You don't see this as a good
No.
place.
Hmm. Well, you know what? Like, yeah, this idea of like some sort of a hell realm trap kind of thing. I always say like, okay, there's a lot of people in this world, and they would love to switch positions with you, and they'd feel like they're free now. There's like, it's a, it's all about perspective.
Yeah,
So
and
like, I'm
then
sure there's
again,
people in the world that, yeah.
there are people out there that would love to experience like deaf people, blind people that have never been able to see, the physical, and they have is pictures in their mind that they've produced of what they believe something might look like. Right? I'm sure they would love to see it for what how we see it.
Oh,
I always.
this this was really funny. The sky. I woke up. I was on the ship, and this this neighbor of mine was on the ship, and he was way across the room, and the light was following like a spotlight on him, and he was like naked, and he's all wrinkly and shit. They took the picture that I had of him. The last one I saw was him on his deathbed at the hospital. And this guy is coming and trying to romance me into having sex. They play on your emotions, you know. They go, he says, "We love each other. Let's have sex," and shit. And he's just like running towards me, and I was like freaking out.
Are you talking about a dream you had?
No, I was like, well, first I'll tell you that I was on the ship. I
So you're telling me you
remember,
got abducted by aliens and some guy tried banging you on a spaceship. Is that what you're telling me?
well, remember, they control the mind, and they control what you see, what you perceive when you're in a lower awareness state. This is before my alignment, and so it was like, yeah, it really seemed like I was gone, but they were doing something to me, but they redirected my awareness into like it's like akin to those holographic rooms on Star Trek, like into an environment, like just so that I would perceive that.
And then
So,
you woke up. And then what happened? Like, how did you get out of it? They dropped you off.
oh well, uh, I was going to look around because I just screamed no. And I was trying to look around because I sensed there were tall ones behind me. And I started to look, and he touched me with this rod, this like, and it put me under. I just blacked out. And then a couple hours later, I woke up and I was floating down this curved hall that was like wood, like willow wood color paneling, like with the floor and the walls the same with no seams. And I was just
Yeah.
floating, and I tried to look back, and they hit me with the wand again. And then next thing, I was in my bed on my knees, waking up and wondering what the hell just happened.
So you were in bed, and then you woke up in bed, or something happened, and then you woke up back in bed.
Yeah, but I was on my knees. When I was in my bed, I was laying down before that. And the time changed hours and hours later. Like I didn't even sleep that night, you know?
If you don't mind, guys, can I direct this in a little bit of a more wide range conversation?
Yes, please, Tom.
So whether we know it or not, when we start identifying what's our age here in the trap, this is where the concept of the soul data comes into play. You come here willingly to assist other beings, but nothing you accumulate here leaves. So thoughts don't leave. So now when somebody says, how old am I? What career do I have? That's all personalities. Those are masks. That's not who you are. You're not the body. You're not the thoughts. You're not the tribe. You're not all these other stuff. Again, like I said, the mind's here to serve. Is there something manipulating the mind? Maybe. When people think that they're here to control themselves, that's how they get you. You're here either to serve or rule. Are you here to steward the vessel, or are you here to try to control it? Most people, if they start becoming aware, they might be able to come to this, well, then who runs my body? not the program. That's the lower program. We're using it right now when we communicate with each other. We don't come into these forms knowing how to read or write, or do we? And then we jump into these forms when it gets birthed out of the vessel. Now, some people have different kinds of tribes. It sounds like Leslie's reconnected with some of her tribes, and this is why they help each other. But unfortunately, when we start playing this game thinking they're out to get me, that's the ego talking now. There's beings here to anchor this realm. It's not personal with you. Now, some people might say, well, I want to get out of here. I said, so then you're that selfish that you don't care about your fellow being? Then you forgot. You came here to explore this realm. Now, that might not sit well with some people, but then again, they have to investigate. So where did all these languages come from? I don't know what that is. But anyway, it sounds
I'm curious.
I think Leslie's getting text messages.
So again, I'm just sharing that. I'm more of a general statement. I can't validate that for anybody else. For me, these are the quandaries that I have, but it's not always about me. This is where some people say, well, it's a soul trap. Well, they're revealing it's all about them, not realizing, well, then who rules over the land? Who rules over the trees? Who rules over the skies and all that kind of stuff? Well, those are backdrops. No, you're just one part in the whole. And once you start realizing that, well, then the language aren't mine. I said, no, you're experiencing them or you're observing them. Which one do you want? The experience part is the waking state. You're using your senses. This is what people call reality. Their waking state. That's why when people talk about you got to be in stillness and silence, and then you can see it for what it is. You might have to reveal and use critical thinking to all the things that you thought you were. None of that's you. But a lot of people get attached to it on the age. Really? So then, therefore, are you confirming you're the body? Well, if they say yes, I say, well, then who's speaking? And who runs it when you go to sleep? If you're thinking you're all of that, you should be able to explain yourself. But that's the ego talking, the lower self. This is why it's called know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Behind both of them, because those are both programs, is the observer. The one's constantly there the whole time. When you're eating food, it's there. When somebody gets mugged, it's there. You tap into it, it'll tell you exactly who was the person doing that, because they're tapping into the unknown.
The dark is generous.
Very much so. Very much so. Very much so.
Can I just add something to that real quick?
Go ahead.
Like you're saying, when you're asleep, who's making you breathe? Who's running the show? Like, is it you? It's subconsciously, yeah. I mean, I guess, but it's like how you perceive subliminal messages. You really don't know you're even doing it, right? Your brain works so much better than you know how to make it work, to the point to where if Jay-Z puts some crap in a rap song and you listen to it, your subconscious hears it. It knows how to flip it backwards and understand it, right? And you have no idea how that happened, but it was still there. It was still planted there, right? And just like it says in the thing I was, having London Man read earlier about, the rain will come and the seeds will sprout, right? Because the darkness is in the soil that it grows in. It's behind the star that gives them light, right? So, I mean, do I understand it? No, but I know it's there, right? I know there's something beyond this realm, this physical realm, that has influence on us, and it's very relevant whether we choose to recognize it or some people actually learn how to manipulate these sorts of things, and more power to you. I know life is just short, and I want to experience everything I can while I am here in this physical realm, right? Because that's what I think that I'm here to do, is just to take it all in, get as much of it as I can, because maybe I won't come back. Maybe I won't experience this again. Maybe when I move on to the next experience, if there is one, which I'm pretty sure there is, I want to have as much of this experience to take with me, so that at least, I can say that I did that before I go. As far as, like people living their life, like worrying about how many chicks they had sex with or how much money they saved up before they died, bro, none of that shit's going with you. None of it. But yeah, as far as I want to have fun while I'm here. I want to experience as much of it as I can. You know.
Yeah, most of our fun in our imagination, and that's beyond the experiencer. Again, the subconscious is the loyal server. Unfortunately, the waking state, the conscious mind, is disobedient or hasn't been totally taught yet. So this is
Imagine being a teenager like when Elvis hit the scene, back in the 50s or whatever,
okay.
and having that new experience and just wanting to, live it and experience it. And your parents telling you, man, that's the devil. That's the devil's music. It's things like that. I don't know.
Well,
Anyway,
but the thing is, you're experiencing more, believe it or not, in the emotion and mental plane than you are in the physical. The physical is the illusion part. That's where the karma
sure.
is, where somebody would say, okay, so I'll give you an example. Somebody will say, Dom, I have to have a diet. You better make sure it's both physical, emotional, and mental. Why? Because the physical, it resides from those two other things. This is why when you have a thought, you can go to the emotion, energy, emotion, and then it manifests into the physical. That's why when people start saying, well, how does the unknown work? I said, you don't see the words I'm saying. You're not receiving, when you receive the thought, and this is where people talk about Kabbalah, where it's beyond written word, but it's in the spoken word. Where do you see the word hand, tree, apple? You don't see it. Now that's called the unknown. That's called spiritual. And we're experiencing thoughts way more than we ever are the physical. That's the illusion. That's the attachments. People are attached to the ideal that, hey, but what about the physical? I said, yeah, but you're describing with many words, with different languages that are never there. And
Have
that's
you
the
ever stood
game.
on top of a mountain, like on the very tip top of a mountain, and looked down on other mountaintops? It's just that kind of experience. That's what I'm talking about.
Did you do
I
everyone?
want
Did
to get
you
as
did
much
you
of
do
that
it?
as I can.
You
Yeah,
did do an
sure.
experience, but did you do the thousands of mountains?
Mm, no, of
No,
course not.
but
But I
well,
would if I could.
okay, you would if you could, but you could literally go with the technology and observe all of it.
Sure, sure.
And that's what I'm talking about. The experiencer is like, for example, when you're walking and you see a fire, are you experiencing it or are you observing it?
Both. I would say
Okay.
both.
Okay. So when a child picks up the energy that the parents are arguing with each other, are they experiencing or are they observing it? And which one would you heal?
Definitely both, and I would say more the experience of it.
Are you experiencing or are you
Because
observing it? Got to remember, the unconscious is actually not the experiencer.
right, well, they're observing it and experiencing it because they're experiencing the maybe fear of not knowing what the parents are arguing about, not wondering if it's maybe their fault or just those emotions that come with it. That's the experience part. Like when you're
Right.
standing on top of the mountain and then you're physically there, you're not astrally projected there. You're physically there. You have that feeling of fear. Like what if the wind blow? I almost had a gust of wind literally blow me off of a mountaintop, right? And
Mhm.
just that feel, being able to say, damn, that could have been it for me or whatever. But I could go any minute. But why not? Why be afraid of it? Like, why not? Put
Where I'm
yourself,
going,
just try.
JC, where I'm going with this is when somebody goes in hypnosis state, who are they talking to? The experiencer or the observer?
I would say I don't know, man. I would say both. I would say
I
both.
experience both the avatar and my true form as a being, and that is the true observer, is our true self. But we are connected to the avatars, so we also experience in the matrix. And each time you're reinserted, you are newly an amnesiac. That's why babies have to learn.
So, but yeah, then, and it goes back to the subliminal thing, I was talking about earlier. Are you experiencing that or observing it? You're definitely not observing it. Not that right? But you are definitely experiencing it in some way, shape, or form because it is there with you and it influences you in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So you're
So,
definitely, I wouldn't, I don't know. I would say both, but one unknowingly, and it depends on like if you're talking about the physical or the spiritual, or even how your emotions are applied to that, to both. Um, I'd say
Go
just
ahead,
get
JC.
depressed based on feelings and emotions alone, and I've watched it literally affect their physical well-being. You know.
So
Yeah.
when you're in a sleep state and you're in stillness, whether people realize this, you're in stillness and silence. You're observing something. The experiencer is the waking state with the five
Yeah.
senses. And all could easily be misled at any given moment. That's the illusion in the karma realm called the physical. The observer can use the imagination. You're not those things. The observer is aware of that. The experience part is the part that you can enjoy, but they pass.
So
They
would you
always
say when
pass.
you're dreaming, are you experiencing or observing? What would you think?
You're observing. Some people just don't understand what they're dreaming because something within them is trying to communicate with that waking state, the slower state, the dumbed down state. When we're in the waking state, we're in the dumbed down state. Reading is a dumbed down thing. Speaking is dumbed down. Both of them are afterthoughts. It's all conditioning. If you think otherwise, then why don't you speak the thousands of different languages then? You would have to be conditioned to learn those languages. And each one has a sounds and frequency attached to them.
Mm.
Again, we're
They
the
enter,
observer. Go ahead, Leslie.
they enter your dreams. I know firsthand. Um,
Oh,
well,
you're cut.
there's a
You have to repeat that because I didn't hear any of it. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
Yeah, it was
oh
cutting.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, and you got like a bunch of noise in the back.
dreams. Hello, is that
Okay.
good?
Yeah, you're good now.
Dreams are induced and manipulated as well. I've had it happen where I realized it. The alien female feline that the dark ones told me was myself, and they taught me how to retrieve it, and well, there was more to that, but she popped in one of my dreams that they were manipulating. I was like, wait a minute, I wasn't trying to dream that, because I could like do that lucid dreaming, and I was trying to, but it was like something, there was another force that was like interfering, and I didn't like it. And then the cat woman popped her head around a corner or something and said, Phil Snyder was right. He was telling the truth, and then popped out of my dream. And I
The
was
cat
like,
woman?
yeah, it was like this feline woman.
Oh no.
See, they had me convinced at one point that I had the psychic ability to go and retrieve my higher self, right? So they sent me on a quest, and then I matched up the frequencies, mine and my higher self, which was all a bunch of bullshit, I found out. But then I psychically told the Catwoman when I saw her on the blue planet. It was like a blue with a purple sky. It was weird. And there were all these like creature beings walking around. And as I come up close to her, like as if I was flying through the air, right? She turned around, most beautiful face for a creature. And I just grabbed her, like I wasn't physical, but I just like grabbed her and pulled her back to where I was at. And they told me that they built a house for her inside this vessel. And then I kept looking at her, and she was like all weary and like rocking back and forth with her eyes closed, and then struggling to open them, and like really struggling to wake up. They told me to yell at her. And then after she was woke up, she was on the ship. It was weird. They
Yeah,
really have mind games.
I haven't endeavored much into abduction or the concept of being snatched up or taken somewhere, uh, other than on a just a spiritual type endeavor. So this is all new ground to me with you. I've never experienced any type of intrusive entity wanting my physical being aboard their personal vehicle or compound or wherever. So you got to understand this is, you know, um, this this is a better way to know you, and we get to address and understand you. But you have to understand that it's kind of a speculatory situation. It is your story, and it is valuable, and I'm sure it had a lot of impactive resonance on you. But I've never that I'm aware of encountered uh, alien beings or anything of that nature. Just a lot of entities, some benign, some malevolent, and I've interacted with them, but nothing as significant as what you're saying here.
Oh, that was just one. There's many, many others. I saw creatures in the woods when I wasn't sleeping or in a trance state. I was like walking and it was like midnight and I was getting tired. And so I sat up against this one tree. I had I heard those like security cops that the security for the high class so and so's, whatever. Well, it was in that kind of neighborhood, and they were just cruising up and down Telegraph. And I just ducked behind a tree because I had heard them on the block before. So I thought they were looking for me. So I just went up there and I was just resting. And then I heard a stick crack to my right, and I looked, and there was a creature standing there. It was all white with a blue hue. Now I saw the gray with the blue hue on the ship that reflected holograms. So this creature had some kind of ability to shapeshift with the skin just automatically forming in bright colors, a reptilian eye and then half the face. And there was like 20 of them all huddled together in the woods part. And I got up and I was looking around and all there was sticks. I had nothing to defend myself. So I was like, oh, hell no. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
I'm curious, what is it you think about yourself that you draw uh, uh, such presence that they allow you to see? Because you got to
Well,
understand that most generally, even people who are dealing with various esoteric spirituality, and even some of the higher adept people, um, aren't so privy to that type of interaction and as often and concurrent as what you seem to be dealing with. You think that?
it's just your level of awareness. Uh, when any one of us becomes more aware, it's like a red flag. They've got to put you back under. They've got to do things to uh, keep you from waking up fully because they don't want any of us to leave. They got the
Why?
advanced tech, and
I'm sure there's entities that are giving us a type of technology for their agenda that we're utilizing. Um, it's just the interaction that you're having with them is kind of profound.
well, it's they reveal a lot in the movies too. Um, you know, like They Live, until the guy was able to put on the glasses, he didn't see anything but humans. When he put on the glasses, he saw the creatures. Well, I guess I just put my glasses on, you know?
Oh, I can relate to that. Every time I get on YouTube, I feel like I'm in a different world filled with creatures.
Yeah. Well, they're on YouTube as well.
Did we lose Dom? Cage?
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he said in the back you'll hear from the chat. He's listening.
Okay. I didn't know. Okay. Yeah, Cage, have you ever experienced anything to the degree or to the level that she's presenting?
No abductions, no reptiles in the forest. I have seen. I have witnesses. We're completely awake, like lucid, and no dream or anything. But I have seen some weird stuff before. Like I don't know. I don't live very far away from a military base. I just assume they were testing some shit out or something. Up close and yeah. But yeah, I seen like some. There's no point of talking about it, but you have to be there to see it.
Right.
I could bring like people on here. Like I was with two other people, and I can give you an account. It was weird. We all kind of even us seeing it there, we all saw something kind of different. Hard to explain.
Yeah,
That's
I
through mine.
yeah, I prefer, um, especially at this point in stage in the game, um, something a little more less speculative because we've all had our experiences with various synchronicities, and even when we started out with our esoteric learnings or the truther type mentality, and they usually come on pretty profound, and sometimes they leave a mark. But what we're trying to address here is something that is useful, um, applicable, and beneficial to the advancement of our objective, which is being able to make ourselves relative to ourselves instead of just throwing life stories out there. Do you have anything that's kind of within the realm of tools that you use to deal with this, or medication, or to me it's just speculation.
No, slap that monkey mind back. You have to experience it for yourself to regain your inner wisdom and your abilities regained in order to deal with these negative entities because my soul group guides me. And the only reason why I trust them is in the way in which the alignment occurred. I went back to them when I felt my true form, not the avatar, my true form, and I sensed it's self-realization all over again. And then I automatically my awareness state went to my soul group, and they felt just like myself as an origin being, not as a human. And they've been with me ever since. And they let me know when I need to do something because the vessel has a lot to do with being able to escape, to be
Go ahead.
see the consciousness and awareness is redirected into this machine, into the avatar, right? So in order to go back to your origin state, you have to retrieve it, like stop it from being redirected. And that's what the soul groups are doing. Their tones and their energy that they manifest will knock the connection. And then you are back to your origin state. No more will you need to sleep or eat or be held, because you can't be held because you can protect yourself then. That's the best protection. Staying in human everything is a very fragile state to be in because they can wield you. Right?
Right. I still don't. For me, today, what I was endeavoring in this thought is bringing the ethereal, the prime material, and the astral states of mind in a cohesive, single flow of awareness, state of being, state of understanding and information, relaying back and forth in a consistent stream without there being compartmentalization between those three states of consciousness. And that's kind of where we were headed with the conversation, and wanted to kind of stay on track with that and offer tools, means, and ways that people can usefully apply information and have a result from that information that is beneficial to their existence in this realm, in this particular state of being. And
well, mine will get you out of this.
see, I'm not particularly happy here with the general oversight of things.
Right.
But I utilize the full extent of the experience to broaden myself. So that way I can become adaptive and also kind of maneuver through this with some recognition of where I am, where I've been, and where I'm going, and have that be a part of my forever being, because this is a short-term existence here. And if I can develop and learn skills, tools, and traits that allow me to deal with this arena of existence in a much more sound and proficient way that is rooted within factual basis, then I will entertain that to no end. But speculation, Cage has got some pretty profound stories um, that he's been through. I have, you have, but what are you offering up as a tool? What are you what is it that you have in your tool belt of life that can be utilized by people that has relevancy to being able to broaden their spectrum of being in this plane of existence, but also being able to utilize its full extent so that it's not a loop, it's not speculation, it's not an abstract way of thinking that is almost hallucination or delusionary, but has hands on and practical implications, such as defenses against frequencies. Um, I did like the meditation thing, slowing the breath down to the heart to obtain a peaceful state of mind and a stillness. But we could go on for days, discussing the strangeness that we've all encountered. It really doesn't enhance anyone beneficially, other than the fact that maybe someone feels that they have a fellow uh, earthling that makes something that they went through seem more relevant.
Well, right. It may not, spark and realizations with some, and others it would. But I get you. You will be able to access your higher wisdoms, only it really doesn't pertain to living a better life here, but when you are more yourself as a manifester of energy being, you really won't have any interest in it. But when you regain yourself back, then of course everything else should be better, right? Because you're
I don't know.
wiser.
That's what we're asking you. That's why I'm asking out of you is you know um,
It's really not for living here, because you won't want to once you really get it, firsthand experience your level up of your awareness. Therefore, you're more conscious, so you're not going to be the same. And when you do an alignment with yourself and your higher field, uh, your memories start coming back of who you are, where you're at, and all that.
and you did all this with meditation, breathing, and rhythmic heartbeat to the breath. Is that how you accomplished your sense of um, self?
The breathing technique I used was what I already described. It was to break free from the mind, because the mind stops anyone from being able to perceive in their higher natural state. So you want to remove everything that is not yourself as origin. So we're not in a dualistic personality as origin. We have no beliefs as origin. We don't have a mind as origin, just going intuitively and action. So you'd fare much better no matter where you are if you know yourself at a being level, knowing how to sense and perceive what's really here. There's a polarity war, the negatives against the positives. And
I can,
that goes true in what you would call physical form too. There's negatives and positives here too.
so I consider myself transcendental. I do both good and evil. Um, for lack of better word, you know, to me, it's just variations of the same bandwidth, just changing the fluctuation and
Do it.
variables. What is your take on a creator, on a deity? Do you have one?
Well, it's part of the matrix system programming. I have not really uh, belief, faith, religion, gods, and all that really have no merit. It's just a part
But,
of the deception here.
but do you believe that you were created?
No, I don't have any beliefs. I just have knowing. What I can tell you is that my existence was in the source field, self realization, my persona with my soul group. We all emerged out of source eternal energy as light beings, and
So
all of personas are common.
do, do you
They're just
consider that source
something.
being God?
What?
Do you consider that source that you come from being God?
No, it's not an entity or being.
It
It's
just is.
source light. It's
Well,
just self-realization is, and then that's the existence, how existence started.
because source to me
Self-realization.
gives it a place and a space. Um, that's the concept of source. Source is a space and a place.
Source. Right,
And if
it's a
you come from
place.
a place in a state, you know, you come from that, and that's the source. Is that what manifested you into creation?
No, when I was in the consciousness of source energy field, individualization occurred and beings like arose out of it just by realizing themselves. They are self aware, therefore, they're sentient. That's where sentience comes from.
Right,
And
right.
we're manifestors of energy when we come out of the source field, because we are actually made of light. It's not the
I
matrix.
don't yeah, I don't dispute that. You know, once you reach a certain um, fractal, being the microfractal, you become more photonic than you do actual material. Um, change state. And on a macro, I believe that there's also a changing of state. And there is a photonic energy also behind that. And I hear a lot of people call it source, um, God, uh, whatever deity they want to throw at it.
Yeah,
And
but do you
so
see how the creation story is a very controlling and manipulative uh, tool?
I see it as a sorry explanation for how we wound up becoming who, what, and where we're at. Was somebody backstage, Cage?
I'm not sure. No one wrote anything.
Okay, I was looking, but anyhow, that's what Me and Cage have had, and especially Cage's channel. He dives a lot into the esoterics of spiritual development, spiritual consciousness, all this
Spiritual
stuff.
implies soullessness, though.
Well, he applies it more as a state of thought, like you mentioned earlier. All is mind, all is thought. And
The
Cage,
archons.
well, if you want to call them archons, and Cage is very versed in this. He has a lot of really profound and intelligent guests that come to his panels, and some of them are, you do occasionally get the turd in the punch bowl, but he has a lot of good information flowing through his channel, and it always seems that no matter what perspective, unless it's brought to you from an atheist, there's always this sense of surrendering yourself to a higher uh, source, God, resonance,
Not
whatever
me.
it may be. And I have a bit different take on that. And also, I believe in an intelligent design. I think
Uh,
we are a species that was manipulated, possibly created. We've been altered genetically, from best I can, elaborate from the information that's given. Yeah, Cage, please put your channel up in the chat. They're asking for your channel, man.
there's still the mind involved in it. So actually, anything that comes out of mind has no merit uh, outside of this place. And so anything that falls into that uh, really is just all a part of the illusion to keep everybody here, to believe in something. I mean, I had my time where I went through discovery, you know, but I already did all my work and I know exactly. I don't want to waste any more uh, of this, this fake existence. I just, my desire is to be whole again. But I do have lots of compassion for everyone. And I wasn't like ordered to or told to, but that's why I made my channel, and that was to help anybody who seeks it, right? To and there's enough there. I didn't say everything, but there's enough on the alignment where it could help somebody rediscover themselves again.
Well,
They,
that's what we kind of reach for here, and that's what we're kind of searching for is developmental tools in this particular existence. Um, I take on the concept that we are eternal. We were before this, we are now, and we will be afterward. And this is
well,
just
not
a part of
necessarily.
explain.
That's why this is a trap. We're already entrapped, but it's see the negatives who built
Why are you
this
entrapped though? I'm not. I don't think I'm entrapped.
because
I love reality. I love life. It's great. I'm here
every
to learn. Even through
it's
even
more
through the
like
negative things that happen, I'm here to learn.
there's redirected awareness consciousness into the matrix, into your avatar. It feels like you. I understand. I had my time of
Well, that's
realization.
your belief, and you're trapped.
It's
I'm not.
not
You're trapped.
belief.
You got to speak for yourself.
It
You know.
it's not belief. I am very psychic and I can like do the viewing outside of the matrix as
Is there just a
well.
bunch? It's a hodgepodge of a bunch of beliefs that are, we call the New Age belief system, which
No,
is just a
I'm
bunch of
not new
recycled
age.
ideologies that have been inbred into people, and pretty
I've
much.
never. No, I
Okay.
looked. I looked uh, for what are the tones when I ran across the New Age stuff, and then I immediately recognized it's a bunch of bullshit, and they didn't have any answers or anything. So I just went rogue myself, and I just trusted myself, and I did the breathing and into the meditation, and it only took me 3 days of meditation in order to finish my alignment with my soul group and myself. The last time was 4 hours. Um, so I
Okay,
know I've
go
seen
ahead.
everybody outside of the
And you're
matrix.
saying so everybody just needs to become aware like you, and then we get to wear those glasses like in the movie and see all these things that we're missing because you're the most
When
aware
you
out of
raise
anybody you
your
interact with there.
awareness level, but
Yeah.
you have to get
Okay.
rid of the mind and your attachments.
I'm just
You have
curious
to
as
think,
to how how your
huh?
endeavors. I'm curious how your endeavors and your experiences have benefited anyone or has aided anyone in the continuation of their experience here. Do you just, I mean, is that what you have, your testament or testimony
Well, I
of your
am
experience, or do
not.
you have tangible,
I'm not.
hands-on utilities?
It's not the object to be a success here. That your biggest success is leaving.
Okay, escapism.
All right.
It's
Yeah. So
only
if you want, so then why live? Why are you alive then if you
well,
can't
it's
escape?
because you're not really living a life here. That's an illusion. It's all deception, manipulation, and control. Each
Then why are
lifetime,
you alive then? Yeah. Yeah.
it's not a school. Each lifetime, your memory's wiped. So that's a pretty funky school.
See, I haven't
There's
ever
reasons
encountered
why
that.
you're unconscious. Do you ever
Again,
ponder on
it
that?
sounds like a mixture of like Hinduism, Buddhism, simulation theory, all types of shit mixed together.
I've never even
And
studied
Buddhism,
those.
I know, but these are ideas that you've heard from someone else, and you're just regurgitating. But pretty
No,
much what happens.
no, it's
Listen,
not.
listen. Okay, but in Buddhism, they have something called the bodhisattva, meaning, okay, yeah, you get stuck in this cycle of samsara, kind of like in a trap, a soul trap, whatever you want to. That's a Buddhist ideology. But there's something called the bodhisattva, which purposely comes back, purposely like reinserts themselves into the matrix, whatever you want to call it. So that's one
Oh,
idea.
that's crazy.
And
Yeah,
it's the Dalai Lama.
they
I
call him the
never heard that
bodhisattva.
one.
Yeah, it's called the bodhisattva.
No, whenever anything was a religion, I just had that intuition that that is the wrong way, that it has no merit. I went rogue, I said. I just like experienced raising my awareness level so that I would have the wisdom of the higher field, which doesn't really have much to do with inside the matrix, like to, like get a whole bunch of money or win lottery or, it's not for that, because your true existence as a light being, you're not living it. So why would you want to stay in a dream, hooked up to a machine,
Yeah, I
and
can't prove that
nothing?
I can't prove that that's reality for me.
Well,
I
it
don't
wouldn't
feel.
yet. It wouldn't. But if you got yourself fully conscious and fully aware, or at least, in that direction, like,
And you think, and you're fully conscious and fully aware in your mind, right?
no, I'm still here. What if? No, I'm not saying that you have to get there. Like, well, you're still walking and talking and like doing stuff here. No, but you don't. You can be in control instead of the mind. Uh, you have to get rid of as much of the machinery as you can, in order to do this heightened awareness, heightened consciousness state. If you're working on getting there, now for me, it only took me a week, less than 20 hours to do it. That's what I did. I didn't want to do yogi, meditation, or get into any of the Indian lore or anything, or the Buddhist or nothing. It was bad enough that I was in Scientology for about 5 years.
Scientology. They do feed.
But that was like 40 years ago or something.
You're a part of Scientology for 5 years? Okay. Plot's thickening.
Yeah.
No, but I don't hold on to anything from the Matrix. I've already packaged this shit away. I want my true existence. But it's not easy getting out of here when you're fighting the demiurge every moment. I mean, you've got to do it in
Okay,
a.
well, see now you're adding in Gnostic ideology by saying demiurge. Like I said, it's just a mixture of all these different things that's being regurgitated.
Well, I'm not regurgitating it if I've never read it.
So you just came up with the name demiurge by yourself? Is that what you're saying?
No, I saw the name, and it seemed like a word that best describes like all of the factions of the dark that are doing shit here. It's just it just like fit a description of what I was looking for.
If I can be bluntly honest, it sounds like you have a conflictive battle within yourself, and you see leaving this place as an escape
Nah,
because it's not meeting up to your expectations, or it's not
this isn't true
it's not giving you what
existence.
you're asking from it.
It has nothing to do with the human aspects at all. It's just I have my soul group back, and I just want to exist as I'm supposed to exist. My true form, I feel I'm there, but I'm here. So I've got one more step until I finally am whole again. See, everybody's walking around disconnected from their true selves. They don't even remember. They feel as though these avatars are their bodies when it's not.
Well, you
And
can't. You got to be careful when saying everyone, right? Because that just paints a giant brush. You can say the majority of people. It seems to me. Well, these are perceptions of reality.
well,
You don't know how people feel. You don't know how people think. You don't see how
I've
people see.
never
You have
run
your own experience.
into, I've never run into anybody else. So majority then.
I a lot of what you're saying, and I'm giving leeway there, is information that generally someone who starts out on the path of esoteric knowledge or trying to learn a broader way of thinking uh, comes from, and that's where I feel or see that you're coming from. Is you have that little gold nugget in your hand that you find relevancy to, which may be only relevant to you and your life experience, but you're profoundly moved by it, and you want to come out with all this knowledge that you suddenly found yourself influenced by. And just like everybody who starts out into the endeavors of the esoteric,
Oh, it's
that
not that at all. It's been
no,
years. It's
It's what they
been
call a
years.
neophyte. It's a neophyte. Right? Are
Right.
you an
I,
adept? Are you Pat? Like,
I got that. Well, you can take it how you want. I'm just,
I'm just observing. That's all. That's all I do is observe. Is try and
well,
understand and observe.
observe yourself. That's the most important. And sir, observe yourself without any bias or uh, attachments. You just won't get there if you have attachments, beliefs, and are of the mind. Um,
see, the attachment thing's another Buddhist ideology. And we got some Gnostic in there. We got everything. Scientology, simulation, Matrix.
I don't have
It's
any
a mixture of everything.
Scientology in my stuff. I didn't conglomerate things together. I told you I went rogue. I use the words to describe what best suits what I am trying to relay in spoken word.
So what is the core of your message then? I'm very curious in that.
Well, since the source field is dwindling by so many being recycled, and then there are many who are harvested because the life force energy is a very valuable and coveted prize for the negatives who harvest it from any one of us who is in a state of unconsciousness so that they can separate that life force from the being. Because they already got us all. They already have us all held. But we can fight back until we can't no more. And then when we can't, that's when they harvest it. And then you become one of the demiurge. And you won't have any memory or possibly not even any self-awareness at all. So you just become hive-minded, because they're going to give you a mind. You're going to keep the mind. That's for sure. But they'll just memory wipe it anyway, and then you'll be a little fucker running around doing jobs for the demiurge factions. Always wanting energy.
Not much different than humans. Not much different than humans at all.
That's a good one, Axis. That's good. I've seen them, man. Those little zombie things, man. Ooh.
So, where would you say these other entities come from? Do they not come from source, or do they come from the opposite spectrum of polarity of an opposing force?
Well, we are all source. We are all source. And
you say that we come from
source. And everything else is the negative field.
Where'd it come from?
The negative, the archons, the negative field. They reside in the dark abyss. I've seen all of them.
So I spend a lot of time in very dark places, and I travel amongst the dust of hell, and I have yet to experience even that spectrum of what you're speaking of. I'm an omniist. I don't hold claim to being a high-vibing, goody type person for the benefit of you feeling better about yourself. I am a traveler through this particular plane of existence. And as I'm going, I'm understanding, reasoning, and developing. So I'm trying to get through this as best that I can, but with the fullest extent of experience in it. Therefore, I allow myself to travel into some of the most just bad places, and I've yet to see that. I've yet to see that at all.
Strengthen your intuitiveness, your and not of the mind. Your intuition replaces, the mind, kind of. If everybody's so used to the mind. I get it.
Well, to me, the mind is a tool and a unit of housing, stored memories, possibly a mechanic, a type of biomechanics for conscious observation through the senses. No, I can't say they are. I would say more so that there's that entropy and thermodynamics that apply to it. But can I use my mind and register the results of electronic or electro impulses going through the synapses whenever I'm recalling something? Yeah, by region. And are there other parts of the mind that seem to relevantly spark neuron receptors when I'm using them? Yeah. So there has to be something there. And if it's just a flow through or a conduit, such as a node, receiving and sending, then I probably wouldn't have the ability to exercise any type of free will.
Well, the mind it's actually the archonic mind. And they are all mind, and they set up this whole system. So
See, I don't know them. I've
they can
never met them.
he built the system. It's like a computer programmer. He programmed the system so he knows how to manipulate and change things and like make things happen the way they want them to. He wants them to, whatever. So
See,
it's
all
kind
these
of like
beliefs,
that.
there's one common thread with all these beliefs. It always takes the power away from the individual. And then, and there's some sort of
Well,
other
no,
thing that you
you
have to take
have
away.
it. You have it, but just not using the mind. I'm saying empower yourself by your own intuitive wisdom, your own knowing. Everybody has it in them. Trust yourself. Don't trust any other fool. Trust yourself.
Well, you're assuming that I don't, then, right?
No. That was in response to.
Well, yeah, well, it's like, again, assumptions about things. Like, you have no idea, like, who the other person on the line is, right? So you don't know at all.
Have to speak.
Only a fool thinks he knows. Only a fool thinks he knows, right?
I'm
Oh,
just trying to relate to you. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from with these experiences, these concepts, how these concepts became relevant to you, and any type of useful resources that are tangibly useful to others in this particular realm that could allow them a broader scope of understanding or even a heightened sense of observance.
I can
Maybe
share one axis as an
go for it,
example.
brother.
it's
All right. Well, training of the imagination and concentration. For example, you can close your eyes. You can even do it when your eyes are open. You can imagine, for example, I don't know, some object in your hand and how it would reflect off the light and all that, and hold that image for as long as possible. That's a great training technique. Another one is like, let's say you're listening to something or you're talking with people, kind of mentally visualizing with your eyes open, like subtitles going by. And you get really good at this kind of stuff, and it increases your concentration to help with inner alchemy or mental transmutation. Right? You can come up with a method that any sort of negative thought form or thought pattern in your mind, you can do a visualization, kind of recycle it and transmute it, and it becomes a built-in subconscious program, your own program, to counter-react all the nonsense we get from media.
you're reprogramming yourself.
Yeah, reprogram. You make your own program, because if you don't make your own, someone will do it for you or something. So
Then do it
it's
anyway.
a useful tool. Well, that's a tool. That's just asking for. Do you have any?
The only way they're not going to be able to program you is if you unplug. I'm still
Well,
in
I'm
the
saying
moment.
everything. The ego is a program. Like, you can't have an ego or have a physical avatar or be in this reality without a program. So my point is creating your own program within the guidelines that are set by this reality.
Does love itself as a vibrational frequency have ego?
Well, I think, in order to love, you would have to have an ego, or at least our type of love. Right? If you go to what they call a GAPA, it's like a different form of love, which is they call it a GAPA in certain esoteric circles. A GAPA. And that transcends the ego. But most people love is ego-based. Right?
Well, I guess you'd have to have a correct definition for love itself then. It's not anything like human. It's acceptance and it's understanding, it's knowing.
Those are kind of remedial concepts of love.
Kappa, yeah, it would tie to, sorry, accents, it
Well,
would tie directly
Yeah,
into the
you're fine.
generative principle.
you
It would tie
feel
directly into the generative principle,
safe.
and it's like the creative principle,
And
pretty much, like of generation.
of course, the state of bliss.
It's more about
I'm
just creation, even the negative. Like love and hate are the same thing, just different degrees of the same thing. Technically.
Who told you that?
I back him on that because I believe that all your emotions are variable degrees. They all are emotions, just different degrees of that emotion being expressed, whether it's love, hate, contentment, joy,
That's a
and
duality persona.
Fear and courage.
yeah,
Yeah.
it all stems from the same place. It's just different variables of it expressed at various
Duality
times.
corrupts absolutely.
Well, think about it. Even like hot and cold. Right? They're just temperature. Right?
Yeah, there's all states in between.
Yeah.
You know, outside of this place, there is no duality. It's just negative and positive. Positive beings and negative
Well, that's
entities that
what I'm
are
saying. There
negative
is no.
thought
Wait,
forms.
what you just said is a contradiction, though. You said outside of this
What?
place there is no duality, but it's just negative and positive, which is a duality in of itself. What?
No, I
I
don't
don't think
mean
you
it. They're
understand the words you're
separate.
using.
They're separate, is what I'm saying.
Well,
The
yeah, and that's what
positive field
duality has.
is
Okay.
usually in the source field. The positives are beings. The negatives are in the dark abyss and in here. And this is where they devised the system of duality because duality corrupts souls absolutely. The longer one is in duality, they degrade.
Mm. See, I apply myself more towards the fact that um, not only is everything within a fractal state that we can comprehend at this point in time, and it also has dimensional implications, which are factors that are variables weighed in. Um, so you have the states of dimension, you have the states of the fractal nature of all things, such as where we're at, the construct, the the uh, the constant. But I don't see that there's this place outside of all that retains uh, a group of entities that has substrated themselves from this reality and only interacts in it in a malevolent way that uh, that would interfere with any type of effect because it wouldn't be relevant. Um, that would be like me trying to throw a rock from Indiana and hit the ocean. You know.
Well, the positives are here, but you can't see them or perceive them in a human level of perceptics. In
See, I try to
order
say, go
to
ahead, go ahead.
accept being human, And if you're in that state, you will not be able to perceive the higher field. Now, the negatives have like a false benevolent forms too. That will be your angels and your gods and all that stuff. And then you've got the devil and all that crap, all the negative entities and all this shit. Well, there's all the programming, the programs. They control what most see, you know, in that state. That
Are you
issue.
familiar with the language of this program, of this construct? Do you know what that language is? Can you read it?
Everything. It's
Well,
English, Spanish, whatever. It's
no. It's contained within everything.
Their language is
No, not their language. I'm talking the language of the construct that you're experiencing right now. What was it written in? What was the language, the code, the source that builds this particular construct that we're in at this moment, experiencing on this dimensional level in this plane of existence? Do you understand that language, and can you read it?
Well, I understand. I understood them to a certain degree, but it's not like the human programming, stuff for here. The science.
Leslie, it's mathematics. It's mathematics, and in form, it's geometry.
Yep.
Everything is a geometrical pattern, right? You can go from the monad, the first point of creation with a circle around it, to the dyad, triad, etc. More complex forms are created.
That's not their language. That's what
that's the language of the universe. That's the universal language.
Well, it's the code that's written within
universes.
No, it's the code that creates this particular construct.
Yeah, okay. That's what I meant by like construct or your perception of reality or whatever you want to call it.
It's like a really big ass holographic room, but it's like in the containment in this construct, the dark construct. I've seen it from the outside, and there's no space. There's nothing real about any of this shit. Math is made up, science made up, all this stuff. They just keep looping the same things that always worked to keep everyone entrapped until they can harvest them, render them totally unconscious. And so once you take away eternal life force from a being, it no longer is eternal. It has a lifespan. Therefore, it becomes mortal. We are intact still as eternal beings. But if you do not do an alignment again, realign yourself with the source vibrational frequency again, by feeling it with you, your true self, then you will loop here and you can get totally lost in this. Totally lose yourself.
You were talking about thought forms before. Aren't all these things you're describing just different thought forms that are being created? And then you want to include other people in your thought form.
Yeah, the thought forms, well, see, there's some negative thought forms that, like everyone that was harvested before this time, say everybody that's died before, right? And that they've harvested their life force. And now that they're one of the hive mind, little zombie creatures or whatever. Well, they take that life force and imagine total hate. What would they do with eternal life force? Now they can wield energy and they can wield light. What would a total hate entity do with that power? You can't kill them now. You can't just let them run out of time anymore. Now they're eternal. They have no empathy. They have no love. They hate love. And they want to eradicate love so that there is only negatives left and no more positives.
Again, these are your thought forms you've created in your own mind. Examples of deliberate human creation of a thought form: the shape of our empowered self, our objectified animated existential fears, the shadow material sequestered in the basement of our subconscious, our addictions, our inner child selves are all examples of thought forms. Or like, what you've been describing for the past hour here.
Well, watch out for that mind. That's all I gotta say to that. Unless you experience it for yourself.
You're it's like what they call a doomer, right? Everything is out to get you. You're fucked. You're in a hell
It's
realm.
not a doom.
No one knows shit. Everyone's done. Like living in fear and being all scared of your own shadow. Oh,
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying
we're fucked and we have to leave, right? You have to exit.
Get back to reality, really. The reality is there's a
nothing
war
real
going
here. You said there was nothing real here.
How do we get back to reality if nothing's real, right? I'm gonna go party with the fucking reptilians in the forest.
I said true form is reality, and if you're disassociated from it, how would you know until you reassociate?
But everything's an illusion. How can you associate it with something that's an illusion?
But that's not the illusion. That's the reality, and everybody is disconnected from reality.
What if it's all a projection of your mind and these deeply embedded beliefs or knowings or whatever you want to call them?
But I'm not dealing with the mind. I'm not dealing with the mind.
I'm going to give you a kinetic observation that I want you to really pay attention to when I say this. All you have to do is suffer a blow to the head in the right place, and everything that you think and know and are inside of your mind right now is gone. And you start back to zero. So where does all that you that is now go? And if everything you've compiled is that easy to eliminate just by a head trauma, not much significance there.
Well, that would just render your true self in a more unconscious state.
Well, memory is electrically labile, right? If you're hit with an electric shock right now, it's electrically labile. You lose about 15 to 20 minutes of what happened before you got hit.
Oh, yeah. What happens in between your lives is that force to wipe you and then reprogram.
Well, I'm saying that there is a relative part of you that you are basing yourself on, and your entire life system and beliefs, that within a matter of seconds, within reconstructing portions of the brain through trauma or impact or falling down, are completely no longer relevant and gone.
That's a bitch, isn't it?
Well, that's reality. And that's what you're up against. Everything that you're relating to us holds no
It's
significance
like,
whatsoever once you
it's
damage your
like,
brain.
yeah. So I, I, right, to keep my awareness level from going kibosh by something like that happening, of course you're going to want to play it safe, until you can uh, get released, because you will go unconscious again. And then guess who will be working on you to make sure that you don't wake up anymore, you know?
I'm not sure that that's the case. I suffered
There's
massive head trauma. I had
accidents,
to relearn how to walk. I had to relearn a personality. I suffered mass head trauma at a young age.
right?
That's what caused me to be the personality or the persona that you're dealing with right now. See, I remember
Yeah,
what I
well,
was
that
like
still wouldn't
prior
stop
to.
you.
Well,
It
would you
wouldn't
have a
stop you.
access? Did you have what did you have a subdermal hematoma or something?
Um, Frontal lobe concussion, frontal lobe dead regions. I fell on the ice and it gave me a concussion. My grandmother, being the heel jack that she was, had no concept or clue of what a head trauma was or what it was about, so it went untreated. And I lost all my nervous system abilities and my
Oh wow!
cognizance and had to
So
relearn all of it.
it
That's
was like
how
a
I became
rebirth.
me. Yeah.
It was like a rebirth. Yeah, my grandmother's the same way. It was hilarious. When I was a kid, I thought I could do anything, so I karate chopped the glass table in half. I was like 5, like half my finger is off, and she just like fucking put it back on and wrapped it up.
Yeah, but that's not your true form that's happening to you, not really you. So just because access that happened to you, it doesn't mean that you're blocked from uh, knowing yourself and reconstituting your conscious awareness state. Yeah, you can let it affect you
No,
on
no, what I'm saying is I can remember me before the head trauma. Okay? Parts
oh,
and
okay.
pieces I can remember of the the feelings of being that particular person. After the head trauma come the curse and the gift. That's what I am now. Um, Before I was an average, uh, just generalized kid, man. After that
Yeah.
was whenever all the naturalized, uh, aware, aware, and the higher regional thinking in my mind started taking place. And
Of course.
the best that they can determine is that it's compensating for the dead regions in the frontal lobe where the brain damage was. But I do remember that I was a lot more comfortable being the person I was before the head trauma on this particular plane of existence because I had no questions. I wasn't searching for anything except just being an average kid, climb the hills, swing the
Right.
grapevine, hang out with my friends. But after that, there was an excessive and profound need to understand everything, to endeavor into everything, and to take it apart, analyze it, infiltrate it, uh, break it down to its source until I reached esoteric natures of study, infiltrated various schools of study, um, and now that person that was just a happy-go-lucky kid being a kid is now gifted with this curse. And I try and utilize what I am now and beneficial ways to others to give them useful and utilizing abilities to get through this plane of existence that
Yeah.
I've had to actually use for myself at times, and I do have my shortcomings, but I understand that I could walk out my door, fall on my steps, and I could have that happen all over again, and everything that you're communicating with right now that is this persona will be gone. That makes it that makes this irrelevant as a one-sided projection of self, because once that's gone, it's gone unless I write it down. But at that point, I'm not even going to realize that I wrote it down because it's not the same
Right.
persona. Where does it go? Back to source?
Well, you still, all the positive attributes are still you. It's the negative attributes that aren't really any of us. So,
I-
you said you got the injury and you had changed before it happened until after. It's like you weren't the same. Well, of course not, because every lifetime isn't the same exact persona, you know.
Well,
It'll be what?
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Is
Yeah.
what you hold significant now, and all that you have come to understand, okay,
Yeah.
is is solidified by what? What is the solidification that holds it into a relevancy once you're dead, or once your state of mind has been altered through traumatic injury, or in various other ways?
Well,
What's significant?
you let it happen, you let it affect you. That's the only way they can do manipulations is by not really being aware. Kind of like if you were under an amnesia, like a drug, and
An
gives you,
anesthetic.
yeah, anesthetic. It's like that kind of like awareness, and then you're malleable. So
Well, the mind is labile, meaning it's easily changed, pretty much, or reconstructed. And it has to do with electromagnetic fields. So pretty much my theory on that is, yeah, if you get hit in the right part of the head, yeah, you see behavior changes, all types of things. I believe that the brain has to make up for that, so it rewires as your hardware. So your computer starts connecting to the server. Let's say the brain is like a part of the computer, or the main motherboard or whatever. Yeah, it starts
yeah.
connecting to the Wi-Fi, which is the Earth's magnetic field, differently. So you start uploading. There's always the upload, and then but you're downloading things in a different way, in a different perception, different way.
Oh yeah. Lots of variations.
That's my theory on it. Access for why that would take
Yeah,
place, because I've noticed I've had
yeah,
a
I
similar thing happen
appreciate
to me.
that.
I had a same thing happen to me, and like I used to be a whole different person. Yeah.
That's
Same thing
why.
happened to my ex-boyfriend too. He has a plate in his head, and I asked his sisters and his mother if he changed. He used to be he was like a grade A student and really smart. And then after his accident, it really took him down more than a few notches in the like in what he could be considered not.
Yeah, well, there's techniques like if that does happen, there's a bunch of techniques like visualization techniques. There's neuroplasticity, right? So the brain is it's like it's very mendable, and especially sometimes, yeah, it can either like decline somebody or bring them up. Some people get hit in the head, now they're speaking fucking Japanese fluently out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Depends.
Yeah.
It's like, how does
Yeah.
that happen, right? So it must be through the upload download from the Earth's magnetic field. They've done plenty of research on this in Canada, and
a programmer.
yeah, like every thought that has ever existed, or that you ever make is all stored within the magnetic field. And dreams, it usually happens during dreaming, and during REM dreaming, like there's like a download upload thing going on. It's like connecting to the server.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated system.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at is everybody has a story. That story can be erased very easily, very quickly. But what do you have to offer as, let's say you had a tool belt to get you through this life, and this tool belt carries thoughts, techniques. Say you got one part of the tool belt that helps you deal with building a life jacket to stay afloat in water. That's on your belt. That's a life skill that you can utilize to help you get through this particular plane of existence. I work with metaphysical tool belts. I work with fractal and manifestation techniques that you can apply to your tool belt to get through this particular world and utilize as tools. But I have yet to hear what you carry on your tool belt that you can offer or share with somebody that they can use in their tool belt to help guide themselves to a higher level of understanding with least resistance other than that of necessary karmatic law or natural law. I hear you speak and I hear your stories, and I'm doing my best to relate and stay relevant to them, but I'm having a hard time pinning anything that seems consistent. You're all over the place with me, man, and I'm chasing you around mentally, and the minute you drop
I already
something,
told you though.
you go somewhere else. I understand you told me, but you're kind of covering the same ground here again. It's the archons, it's the source, it's the
Oh
evil,
no,
it's the
it's to
malevolence. It's
awareness level if you want to
how does
have
one become aware? Tell me that, just simply. How does one become aware? I just told you how to become unaware. Hit your head. Now, how do you become aware?
Oh, you have to get rid of the baggage. You have to let go. You got to do your alignment. I lay it all out. It's what I did. Um, I'm telling you, it's the mind that is the stopper here. It's not, you can't be still like under its control. You understand? It's the programming. It's the lowered awareness level. You have to
But how do
raise
I
your
get there?
awareness level.
How? How?
I've already told you the phases. You go through the phases. You do the meditation. You get to the stillness. The meditation, the breathing. Let go of the mind. You won't know until you actually attempt to do it what exactly it's going to take, because it's your It's your program that you're going to be releasing. You have to kill it. Well, it'll still be there, but it won't hinder you from your abilities coming back. Being intact is better for anyone than, being under the control, or a machine being under control over you. I don't know if you
I
get
don't.
it.
Well, I spent a lot of time during my existence releasing those systems of control from my life. One of them was whenever I had to embrace and accept that within inside of me there is a very, very dark place. Now I can either fear it and run from it and bastardize it, kind of like the Christians do with the devil, or I can embrace it, understand it, explore that part of me, and develop it, and still have a functional existence with a broader understanding of what lies within that part of me.
Yeah, but
And
see, that's dualistic
we lost Cade.
duality. You have
I
to
got you, Cade.
reach your true essence, and the mind has the lower emotions. I call it the mind body emotional complex system, because that tells you basically what you need to clear in order for you to know yourself again, to get you back, in connection, in self-realization is your best bet. You have to let go. It's simple. You
Well,
let go of it. Let go of all the thoughts. Just let them fucking run out. And then handle anything, any attachments, by going through phases, like I explained earlier. Go through the phases, and those phases will raise your awareness state higher and higher, because of your vibrational frequency raises too. You're going home, per se. You're
well,
reuniting yourself with yourself. The part of your awareness consciousness state that has been redirected outside of yourself, you just bring it back to yourself by going through all the phases, and then you reach that bliss. And once you do, you will meet your other soul group members automatically,
well,
and they help you.
there's thousands upon thousands of Hindu yogis that seek what you say has came to you in just a couple of weeks. Do you realize that's what you're relaying?
Well, I don't know about them. I just know what I did, and I am totally certain that I am successful in this, and that there is no chance of me recycling unless I walk across the street and a car hits me and the avatar's gone. Because I need the avatar for the final step, for the unplugging.
So what about those people that just randomly get killed out of nowhere? What happens to them? Or the mentally ill?
Well, they're still held. They're going to be they're going to be reinserted. They'll be a baby again.
So you believe in reincarnation then, and that's basically one of the fundamental factors to your system of understanding.
Well, it is, but it isn't. Because these lives are fake. You know, this life, I'm Leslie, and then
You know, shit can
the
get
next
real
life,
quick.
I'm
I'm
Mike
telling you,
Bruh or something. You know, who knows?
things can get really real. You know, what do you? Okay, it's all right.
I understand,
What?
Sage. I'm trying to get her to understand how to reason with herself by observing and questioning her state of being. I mean, she's presented quite a considerable story to us, and now I have to kind of adjust myself to relate, understand, or even try to become relatively aware of what she's thinking or going through or doing as applied to me. So, as long as you're able to look in that mirror and give me a definite answer that isn't speculation, then I'm going to be a lot more receptive of what you have to say as being something that I can tangibly apply. Because I've been I've been into Hinduism since I left the first time I was in an institution, and I have interacted with many spiritual gurus, and I also am aware that India is filled with the yogi and the gurus who are trying to reach this particular state. Okay, and I've seen a lot of fakes, and I've heard a lot of bullshit, but I have yet to see but a couple that actually gave me the skills that I needed to be able to utilize what all these yogis and all these esoteric masters have said that they or claim that they have knowledge of.
I got a whole village that sought me out from the east. I'm not quite sure what language that was his base, but he downloaded my whole channel. And I was like, well, that's good. That's a lot
Like,
more.
okay, when you make these claims, like in a dream, right? You're talking about when you're dreaming, or this physically happened. Like you're sitting there looking at a screen right now in reality. Did it happen in reality or in your dream? Said
Well, no, that
well, it's a
was
simple question. Was it dreaming or in physical reality?
no,
Like in the reality you're in right now, looking at the screen that
this
you're talking about.
reality.
Okay. Tell me more.
Well, I don't know. I saw him on Instagram.
Well,
Probably
you know
some.
what? I said, tell me more. And he said, I don't know. And that's like one truthful thing that you said. There you go. Now I'm on the right
No,
track.
like I
We
don't
got to
know
start
what
with
you're
I don't
really
know.
asking me.
Yeah. It's just a pretty simple, basic question.
Well, yeah, it really happened. I mean, it wasn't no dream. I didn't start out saying that it was a dream.
So some
Maybe you
village in the
missed it.
east, they're all coming to look for you. This sounds very unwell. Like, I don't know. This is all trauma-based mind control. I'm telling you. Did you live a very traumatic life?
Yes, I know it's traumatic
Yes,
here.
no, but I'm
It's
saying,
supposed
did
to.
you live a very traumatic life? Because it's like a personalities break or something.
No, I'm fine.
See, I knew it. It's okay. Okay, it's all right. You gotta let. You gotta just remember
Yeah,
if you're
you're
stuck
safe
in
here.
one, you're safe
Consider
here. And if you're stuck in one way of thinking, it's like a stagnant pool of water. Eventually, that water will become undrinkable. So you should always be, you know,
you're coming
upgrading
from
your.
the mind thinking, and I'm not. That's why it makes it hard for you to relate.
Oh, I know what you're going through,
I'm saying
and
you can know the same thing if it's like provable, but you're the one that has to do it. It's like if you want to really know if what I'm saying is truth or bullshit, you would have to raise
I
your
know I
awareness
know it's
level.
real. I know it's real for you, and it's true for you. I don't think you're lying to me. I do believe you believe these things. I'm not saying you're
I don't
lying or it's not true
believe
for you.
anything.
Yeah.
It's just my experience. It's not belief. It's
Right.
not at
We
all.
we didn't experience it with you, and we're not inside of your
Right,
body. So
right.
from us, what you're giving to us is stuff that Cage and I, maybe not everybody who hears this, has already been through, already have come to terms with, have already experienced, and have come to an understanding. And the only thing that you're adding to things that have already been, and I'm not saying everybody, because there may be people that come here that this is all new information, but the only thing is you're adding elements to it that are implausible. Not
What's
impossible,
impossible?
implausible.
Oh, implausible.
Yes. Yeah. Whenever you speak of implausible things in speculation or in observation, one-sided observation, which is yours, then I have to question your reasoning, and I have to question whether what you're presenting to me is beneficial and useful to my development and furthering existence in this realm or even another realm of existence. Or is this just a conversation explaining just your own personal life experiences and you're hoping that somebody else will be able to uh, maybe, I don't know, make relevant what you're saying to you?
Yes, you
You're seeking
did.
confirmation, aren't you? Agree. You want people to agree with your version of your reality to make
No,
it more structured and sustained in your mind.
would that be? I am not after anything. I don't even monetize. It's not.
No. I'm not saying that. Maybe it's a subconscious thing you're not fully aware of. We do a lot of things without knowing.
But I
Unconsciously.
don't.
Um,
I'm not hooked to the mind. I'm
yeah,
not.
yeah, you are. You're on a screen right now
It's
using technology, talking.
because wisdom outbeats the mind. No, you're talking to basically my true self.
Well,
Yes,
wisdom
I'm
at
not.
this point in time would dictate that I would take you with a grain of salt because what you say you've experienced with entities and these UFO
Right.
people is completely non common. It is on the occasion experienced by others, but wisdom dictates that it's probably not going to hold any relevancy to my existence. And
Well,
therefore, this
it's
is just a compilation of more information from somebody else's existence because they want me to walk through their shoes or see through their eyes or experience their life.
no through your own is what
Oh,
I'm
I do.
saying.
I do.
Right. I
Believe me.
said trust yourself, right? Intuitive. Be more intuitive rather than mind. You know, that's something that's useful. If somebody raises their awareness level, they're going to perceive things differently. And they're also, it's kind of like alienates you, like others, like say this, you become more unrelatable to others. So I try and, I just like express it how I feel that it will be perceived by the ones, at least, who are not like in such heavy programming or in control, under mind control and whatnot. I'm not trying to
Have you ever considered you're
change
under mind control? Is
anybody's.
that a possibility that you're under mind control or no? Yes or no?
No, I'm not under mind control.
I'm asking you, is it a possibility you may be? Yes or no? I'm not saying you
No,
are. No, it's impossible. There's no way that you're under mind control.
no, it's
That's how you know.
impossible.
That's how you know you're under mind control.
Right. Funny.
Oh, it's true. Think about it.
I think you've been subjected to information and knowledge that you've done the
You're
best that you
thinking.
can. Yes, I'm rationalizing with you to reach a common understanding and ground so that I'm not so put aside by wisdom that I excuse you. Now, I'm trying to find a relevancy. Um, you talk about, treading lightly to fit in because you'll be ostracized because of your beliefs or your ideals. Well, believe me,
No,
there, no.
when I tell like, share what I got, generally by the end, I get silence and then everybody just goes back to living
I think they
their
just don't want to be
lives.
rude to you. I think it's a case of people not wanting to be rude and be respectful for other people. That's probably what it
What?
is. I think it's just people trying to be respectful, most likely. Yeah.
When they go silent and then they just start talking about what they're going to have for dinner or something, like they just like resume. It just so looking at it from my point of view, it looks like that the program's all kicked in and they gotta be getting busy.
Well, what we're giving you is an approach that's not like that. We're giving you an option of further examining with feedback what you're presenting and trying to determine for yourself how much of it is actually based in a factual and perceivable state or how much of it is a speculation or even a psychosis brought on by the desire to be different or to feel not as ostracized but to feel superior or special. And that's not an insult. We're just giving you an opportunity to self-examine by becoming a sounding board to what you're saying, because there are panels out here that would eat you alive.
Nah, I've already been through my discovery time. I moved past. Usually, what happens is they're like, maybe taking things wrong. They can't really relate, and they look at me as having a big ego or something, or I don't know. There's gonna be different reactions to it, and I don't blame them. It's the programming. And I certainly don't get all touchy-feely because it doesn't really have any merit what
If you think
anyone
logically,
thinks.
everything you've been saying though is just an alternate program that just you were just dead set on for
How
some
do
reason.
you figure it's
And you said there's no
programming?
What do you mean? You're like, it's just another program that you're talking about right now. Everything you've been saying. It's just
No,
so.
I can assure you, my soul group is here with me right now.
What's a soul group? What is that? You have like a legion of demons around you? What is this?
No, they're the positives. They're the source field, just where I came from too. We all realized our own personas out of
What's your
this.
def? Hold on, I want to pause for a second. What's your definition of positive?
Positive is it is the vibrational frequency of love itself. It is source light, eternal life force, which all light beings are. I perceived it only after I did my alignment. This was a personal going within, paying attention to your true self. I had to remove everything that was not me. Anything that was dualistic in the persona, I let it go so that I could reach higher perceptions. We don't totally forget everything when we go through the in-between lives.
Have you ever been to a channel? Let me see here. What the what particular name is here? Singular Illumination.
No, I heard of this channel called Singularity. That's the closest.
Right?
But
That's
I
him.
never watched it.
Because he ascribes to a lot of the same things that you're laying to us.
Really?
In a different way. Yes.
Oh, just like Og Teller?
No, I'm talking source code, programming, entities, how to raise one's awareness. He is into a lot of the same things, not quite so esoterically as you are. He tries to do it with a sense of practicality and realism. But I'm kind of hearing that same source code, escape the matrix type scenario that
I
a
couldn't
message that
even find anybody else.
check him out. Singular Illumination.
Now, Mad Monster, I don't know if you know her, but she watched that Singularity and they were gossiping and talking about him and being mean girls and, crap like that.
Well, Singularity's a nice guy. He by nature he's nice and he's easy to interact with. He's a little long-winded, but I think what you're looking for, as far as relevancy to your experiences, is more along the lines of what Singular Illumination has to offer.
Does he talk about soul groups at all?
he touches on all the bases where it comes to outside forces, energy, soul group, source. You know, the
Does he say that soul groups become into existence through the basic persona first,
What's a
and
soul? What's a
then
soul group? You still haven't answered that. I want to know what a soul group is.
all the variations of that basic set of male and female energy all are realized, and that makes up the soul group.
So a
That's
soul group's
thousands of
everything. So
them.
how can a group be everything? I thought a group would have to have a bunch of there to be that says there's more than one, right? There's people are grouping up,
There's more
or
than one
souls are grouping
group.
up.
Yeah.
I
So it's
just
all
put
one.
For
singular elimination.
everybody that's here on so-called Earth, for everyone, there are thousands of versions of themselves.
You're talking M theory. I put singulars
What is M
channel,
theory? Oh,
the multi-worlds theory. I put a link to his channel in the chat. You
I
might want
don't
to.
know multi-world theory.
Well, that's what you're talking about. The many worlds, multiple dimensions.
No, there's no worlds. It's just beings, light beings. There are thousands of versions
But this is
of the.
explains. This is called word salad. It explains nothing at all.
What do you mean?
Like it just holds no logical consistency.
It's
We're having a hard time ingesting what you're talking about is what it
So
comes down
we
to.
need a glossary or something for all these different things. We need a glossary with you so we can go and refer to what your
plus
definitions of things are. Yeah, we need like a whole dictionary for.
soul is a part of the being. It is part of source, light, eternal energy, being that all light beings are manifestors of energy because source is love
So
itself,
what's a light being? Is
energy.
everybody a light being or only specific people?
Is everybody a lay being?
A light being, or is it just specific people that are light beings or whatever that means?
Well, until they merge, accept the duality and eventually become corrupted and then harvested, and then they're not a soul no more.
So you have to get harvested to become a light being? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the
What you're
opposite.
saying to me?
You get harvested,
So I'm
you
asking, is
lose
everybody a
your.
light being? It's a yes or no thing. Yes or no, is everybody a light being?
No.
Okay, no. Okay. So there's some special people, and then everybody, and then some aren't, right? Only some people are a light being.
Well, there's soulless here too, and they've never been light beings or aren't light beings. They
What is that,
are.
what is that, like a luciferic being or something?
They're not beings because they don't possess a
So
soul.
now we're adding in some Luciferian
What would you call a negative that has the
I'm just gonna be
eternal
completely
life
honest with you. You're
force?
completely brainwashed. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
tell you
I
that.
do. I'm not
I'm
brainwashed.
not gonna like sit here and just like let you go dwell on your delusion. Okay, whatever. That's all I gotta say. You can take that for what it is. If you can at least not consider it, it means you are brainwashed. At least take it into consideration. Maybe you got to do your research or something. I don't know.
Oh, nah, I'm going home.
But you are. Some things you say are correct. I'm not saying everything you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying there is some sort of a alternate program you're running, and it's fine. Everybody's like that. You're well on your way. Good on you for even having an open mind to shit like this. So well done.
Thanks. Kinda.
Yeah, we're not here to condemn. We're not here to, make you insignificant or feel insignificant, but we do question. And that is
Well, that's
how
good.
myself and Cage and various other people that frequent this channel, um, we don't just buy into whatever. We've seen entirely too much of it, and we know that there's more than enough people out there willing to, jump on a panel and deliver their side of the story without a
Right.
full understanding. And I don't want anybody to be off put, led astray, or to misconceive what we're trying to do here. We definitely want to stay within the bounds of coherency that everyone can at least grab something from this without it being a part of a larger agenda that you seem to be subject to and have been subject to. So don't take it as us critiquing who you are and what you had to deliver. We just want to make sure that what you're delivering is sound within yourself, because I'm sound
Right.
within myself, and I'm really trying to run a channel that is informative and forward, progressively moving. And I don't want anybody to misconceive and think, well, this particular channel here, I'm going to go there and I get to spend the next 2 hours talking about my life story. No, we are a channel of sharing resources and being able to utilize those resources. So we're asking you to question yourself and maybe have a stronger presentation for what you're offering us as your life story and the benefits of it. It's not about attacking. This is just kind of look inward and focus on what you're putting out so that you understand how people are really going to take this.
I rely on synchronicity and the butterfly effect, because anybody that needs to be exposed to my experiences and higher field wisdoms and recalling that has happened that got me to this point where I am, any moment I could just unplug and then I would be restored. And then I would be
Okay, what do you mean by unplugging though? Like what? Like offing yourself or something? That's what it sounds like to me.
unplugging from the matrix system.
I'm saying, okay, how is that accomplished? How would you go about doing it?
Well, I've already done all the pre-work. And the next step.
Well, let's say you're doing it right now. They say you want to unplug right now. You can do it. How do you do it?
Well, it's the demiurge that interferes, and that's why. I mean, I could do it like
I'm
in
saying,
a
how would you?
second.
I'm not saying if something's interfering or preventing. I'm asking you, how would you do it? How?
It involves the soul group. The soul group comes really close all around the head, and they tone really loud,
I have a
and they
question.
would start to shimmer,
Hold
and
on. Okay.
then I would be released because the tones and their energy would release me from the machine, so I would become fully conscious and aware instantly, and then I would just leave, and I would be back with my soul group. It's no guessing, it's no speculation. I am 100%
I have a pertinent
confident.
question for you, though. What's your favorite flavor of Kool-Aid? That this is going to be very, very important.
I don't like Kool-Aid.
If you had to drink it, what flavor would you choose? Like cherry, grape? You want the blue flavor? What do you want?
Red cherry.
You want the red one?
Cherry. I don't know.
Duly noted. We'll keep that, on record.
Yeah, right. But I don't drink Kool-Aid, so.
Operation Cherry Kool-Aid underway.
What? That's like for kids. You eat tricks too?
See, it's OCC, OCK, man. We got the cherry Kool-Aid on deck. We're ready to go. We have cups for everybody.
Yeah. Jim Jones.
We got seconds and thirds if you want.
Yeah.
No,
Leslie,
you can't. If you go out by death of the vessel, you go out unconscious. You can't protect yourselves, and so
Leslie,
they could be
Omar,
doing anything to you.
Leslie, Omar in the chat has a question. Can you see the chat?
I could if I pull it up.
Okay, well, Omar asked the question. You don't like this life, Leslie? With a question mark. So he's asking you a question.
Oh, that has nothing to do with returning back. It's just because this
You can never
isn't
answer a
real
question.
existence.
It's a yes or you understand. It's a yes or no question. You don't. You
Well,
never
wasn't
answer a question directly.
limited.
You know that, right? It's just simple yes or no every time. You go off of some tangent. It's yes or no.
No.
No, you don't like this life?
No, that's not the reason.
Okay, so she told the truth, and then said no, she does not. There you go. Very obvious.
Okay. Well, I just like for my chat and my subscribers to be able to interact even from the chat room if they have questions for anyone on panel.
I don't like human existence. It's like slavery. Do you like slavery? Do you like having to feed and clothe and bathe and clean and it's just so filthy here.
I've had 2 wives and 2 biological and 1 adopted child. So did I enjoy my slavery? It had its benefits. And it's still paying off as far as my children.
Hold on. What do you mean? Are you an actual slave? You understand people have been real fucking slaves? This is a low-level form of slavery. There's real slavery. This is nothing, first of all. Second of all.
That was a joke. If you didn't catch that, kid.
Exactly. I know. I'm talking
that was
Leslie
satirical.
And then you're literally over here telling me you got to bathe, you got to wash dishes, you're doing basic fucking necessities. That's nothing. Living as comfortably as most of the human population ever has been. And you're sitting here complaining about doing basic shit. You're lazy. That's all it is.
No. I said I don't like it. I didn't say I didn't
You
do
want a
it.
handout. No one's going to hand you anything. You have
Oh,
to fucking utilize it. Thought, emotion, and action is
projecting
God is the
as
way to go.
well.
If you
You're
don't like
projecting.
something, change it and put in physical effort. What about that?
No, projecting. That's all that is. That's not it at all. Human existence
You just told me
is
life sucks because you have to do basic shit like do the dishes or take a bath or take a shower or something. What are you talking
when
about?
you
If you
are
don't like,
on the
that
other
seems kind of
side.
lazy to me. That's pretty much doing nothing.
Right. On the other side, when you are whole and living your true existence, you don't do dishes. You don't have babies. You don't live in a dust, mud, uh, petri dish or whatever. You don't have like upkeep. You nothing is needed outside of yourself. You can do what you want to do.
But you can't prove that.
You never get not to you unless you had the realization yourself about yourself.
Well, see, you're
But
talking
no,
somewhere else. You're not talking within yourself. You're
yes, I
talking
am.
somewhere else.
I am the being. There is no spirit as a soul being.
Right, but you're talking about going to a place where you don't have to do these things. It's basic maintenance on
No, it's not
your.
going someplace. It's right here, but this isn't my body. You understand? You have to house this avatar.
You should
You
be
have to.
grateful for what you have. Okay, you're living a lot better life than like over 90% of the population.
What difference does it make? It's a fake, false.
Don't tell that to them. Shut enough of you. This is some North American MK Ultra fucking bullshit.
Well,
No.
let me throw this out there as food for thought and something to ponder. I personally would like to see paintings from a blind person and what they see inside of their mind. Being blind from birth, I know I'll probably not ever get to see those paintings because unless they regained their eyesight and could descriptively go back to what it was like in their head when they were blind. But I think I have a lot to learn when it comes to such as a blind person even expressing what they're experiencing and what they see in their mind and what their interpretation of things are. And especially if I could get that on canvas, that's something I would hang on my wall. And that's kind of the state of most humans. It's just that they don't realize they're blind, even though they have eyes.
And there's cognitive dissonance that occurs as well. Holding on to beliefs and thoughts does present a problem.
Well,
I would much
this is just
rather
an
be
entry.
able to fly and teleport and be able to manifest energy and do a lot of cool things.
Well,
I'm
see,
not grounded here.
the blind, right, have had to utilize a completely different thought form in their head because they have nothing to base it off of. other than their
Right.
senses outside of their eyes. So, where you wish all these other things, a blind person would probably wish to see. But where I find value in that and a usefulness is I would very much like to see that put on canvas. Maybe somebody who is lifelong blind and in their 40s got their vision back and could possibly paint what their interpretation of things were when they were blind. That's profound.
Elon can help you with that with his brain chip, right?
Well, I'm just talking in generalization.
Mm.
Not interested in a digital interpretation through AI or machine
Well,
learning of
there's blind
somebody's
people
thought.
that do that. There's a Turkish guy named Ersef Armagan,
Ursef
and he's been blind
Armagon.
since he sees through his fingertips. I'll send you the link to it.
Yeah, see,
Oh,
now something
really?
like that is awesome. That to me is profound. Somebody wishing they could fly or had all the knowledge of the gods. Well, that's typical, and that's to be expected. But to walk into a person's house and there's this magnificent or even atrocious painting on your wall, and to be able to say that is what the blind see, that is so much more impactful than wishing for
Oh,
yourself
really?
great things. Yes, very much so. Because I
Yeah.
think I, and everyone else have a lot to learn from the blind
Well, it's cool in a human way. I know.
or the deaf. What does music sound like to the deaf inside their own head? Or do they hear music? And if they regained their hearing, what songs would they write? What would it sound like? These are profound things that are functional within this realm of existence that exceed the everyday wantings and desires of the common and the average. We all get fed that. It's when you push your boundaries. It's whenever you take the barriers down. You know, is this the first time you've ever encountered the ideal of the blind painting you a beautiful portrait of what's in their head or atrocious? Either way.
I've heard similar, but not exactly like that.
But yet you're steeped in esoteric
That's,
knowledge.
well, esoteric has to do with spiritual, and mine's opposite outlook on that in perception. It's not spirit, because spirit is defined as implied
Here's one of
soullessness.
his pictures here. So how does he know about landscape? Like, how can he paint landscapes accurately, being blind from birth?
Exactly. That's profound. And for that guy, he could probably teach somebody a broader spectrum of observation without the limitations of our limited spectrum
This is one of
of
my
view.
favorite ones. You should full screen it so people see it clear. Look at that.
I'm on a phone cage, but I
What?
appreciate it.
All you gotta do is tap.
What?
You tap my image, and you just go solo layout, and then you can undo it. You just tap anyone's image.
Okay.
Either one of you, have you ever asked
The
any
avatar.
blind person what they see, like right at the moment, like what they do see?
Yeah. Yeah.
If
There.
it's
See it.
just black or what?
Look, they have an umbrella, so I guess people could have described these things to him, but to be able to paint it,
See, to
how
me,
does he select?
that's higher development of the mind. To
Oh, let me show
me,
you the other one.
to me, that is extremely esoteric in its nature because of the profoundness of it.
I don't doubt that some of them probably even have their third eye open.
See this? Look, they have somebody wearing like a traditional kind of garb with a headband around it, going down a path with flowers and trees and a.
And this guy is totally blind?
Since birth.
Wow.
So like, how do you
Wow.
make out those images, right? Like that means there's someone else going on there, you know?
Right. Right.
Yeah, but to remove me from full screen, just tap it again and just be like exit or remove full screen or exit full screen, whatever. It says.
Okay, thank you, Cage.
Well, when you close your eyes or not, do you see pictures or do you see like words?
Sometimes I see sound.
Flowing colors?
Shape?
Shapes?
Yes. I can see the shapes of sound. Sometimes even more exaggerated when my eyes are closed and I'm in a still position and I hear a noise. That noise has a shape when it
Well,
enters my head.
I always felt that it tasted like grape.
I don't get color and taste from it. I get shape. Such as whenever I'm playing a piece of music. It is actually when it's being interpreted through me in creation is more of a mathematical construction of architecture more so than it is me engaging an instrument, unless I'm just trying to express my inner feelings.
That could be possible, yeah.
It's more than possible. That's how I create a lot of my music.
Cool.
So I think as much as people would like, and especially when they start out strong and feel empowered by esoteric knowledge or wisdom, they tend to want to exaggerate the experience, such as a Christian finding God for the first time, or Jesus, or however that goes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's the way they come across. It isn't till later on that they grow out of that childish stage of new development and grow into a mature state of functionality with esoterics and broader thinking. And to me, you know, these displays, such as a deaf man playing an instrument or a blind man painting a picture, you know, or that to me is reaching outside and inside of self, more so inside and becoming aware of a higher state of conscious being with the eyes or being deaf and playing music than any type of esoteric nonsense that can be thrown at you to teach you how to manipulate the constant construct of this reality. Though I endeavor in that too.
It could be either way, though. Something.
I was just curious because, you know, I think that in time, once you become a little more exposed and that you become a little more acceptant of change, then your message will get stronger and it could possibly become more much more highly relevant. You know, I don't think these guys just come off the chopping block being able to paint these pictures and not have eyesight. Well, that's the same with someone who's just new into esoterics or hasn't been in esoterics all their life, they have this need to share what they have without it being vetted, and most of the time without the person even knowing themselves or where it's coming from. They're just speaking.
Well, esoteric is not what I relate to whatsoever, because that's soullessness, like
No,
stuff.
you know what esoteric means? It just means hidden from the masses, right? So everything you're talking about could be
Spiritual.
considered esoteric. It just means hidden knowledge, really. That's all it means. So anything that goes against what you've been told by institutions, by passed out, what you're saying is it could be. It doesn't mean it's real or not, but it's a different, pretty much just a different variation to the code or to the program that is being put on people. That's esoteric.
Right. Because I don't see you as being, personally, myself, after our engagement, I don't see you personally free from the construct, the matrix, or your own imprisonment.
No, I'm not. You're not really imprisoned. It's just the state of awareness and consciousness is the in the low level, and with amnesia is the trap. It's not really that you could be held if you were, without being messed with at all. If you were your natural self, then you would not be able to be entrapped.
Well, you're trying to escape. You say this world is not enjoyable for you.
I am just
And
raising my. No, I don't prefer this. Why would I? This is not my true existence.
You should be grateful for what you have. Okay, you're not going to go anywhere
It
except
has
back.
nothing to do with the human experience. It's not really an experience. It's like, okay, you're in a coma and you're dreaming about this life that's not real and have an attachment to it. It's ridiculous.
There are people getting skinned alive right now. You're telling to them, I guarantee it's very real. As you speak, it's probably happening.
Well, they're attached to the true self, of course. They don't know that it's not real. And it affects them, of course. But hey, I didn't build this system.
no, but the system created you.
No, there is no creation. That's a lie.
If that was the truth, then you would have no foundation to draw all your information from that you've delivered to us. You're talking
That
polarity.
is not true either.
You're talking
Because
polarity. Positive and negative.
Scientology, fucking Hinduism, Buddhism. What else did you throw in there? You threw in Gnosticism. You threw in everything you can imagine, really.
listen, I did my research,
How? Where'd you get your information from?
discovery, just by myself,
And
and I
technically, it's not
asked
true
people.
esoteric teachings. True esoteric teachings, you're not going to find being talked about online, especially.
No, I did not want to go that route. No, I did not take that route. I said I went rogue. I just trusted in myself as me, as a being. Don't you guys understand? A being, not a spiritual being. That's something else. It's not
What's your definition of a being?
a soul being. It's
What's your
the
definition of a
light
soul? What's a soul
being.
being then? Because no, I asked you
A
the definition
light
of a
being.
being, and now it turned to a light being and a soul
The
being.
source
You
light
understand? You
being
this is
is
not how you have a conversation where you get any resolution. This is called the mind This is what the quote Matrix, even though it came from a fucking movie.
Yeah, so
It
knock it
turned out to be
off.
trannies after. They brainwash people further with this whole Matrix idea. But yeah, none of it has any consistency or any actual true belief. And once questioned, it just completely
There is no belief.
collapses on itself because there's no actual structure or foundation to any of these fucking ideas.
You're still of the mind.
It's like you're playing Jenga or something. Eventually, someone's gonna fucking knock down the damn tower.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I can tell you the last time I escaped my mind, they had a little housing unit for me at the PBH. And whenever I refound my mind, they kicked me out. And I had to become independent once again.
Well, when you do your self-realization again, whenever that is, it might not be this current time, but then I will still be aware of everybody because there is no accidents. And I do things these days through synchronicity and intuition, as I am always intuitively led. My higher field is here. I'm here. And it doesn't matter. I don't want anybody to believe me. I don't want anybody to think I'm right or wrong or whatever. Wherever a realization occurs, that's all right with me. But if
You're breaking up. We lost your audio. We need your audio back. I see. Yes, she's looking in chat. Sorry, give her a heads up. So, what do you think, Cage? What's your determination of this situation?
I've just been working the whole time in the background, but I think it's trauma-based mind control, to be honest with you. Escapism.
Right. I think personally that she's got herself a hold of a little bit of esoteric knowledge.
There's something there, yeah. That's it.
She's just wanting to do that share thing, that generally baby truthers or new truthers find themselves in.
Yeah. Again, the word truther. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know.
It's a little fucking dumb to me, but I know what you mean. No, that took a lot of patience, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know. We lost her sound, and then she just kind of...
Her phone probably died or something.
Yeah, I put no sound, Leslie, in the chat.
I don't know.
I hope she doesn't think we booted her or that we knocked her off the stream.
No, she'll come back probably. I think her device probably died or something.
Well, we'll see if she comes back. But yeah, I think it's been a pretty interesting that she wound up walking into this arena. She's she's holding ground for her ideals and her beliefs, and she appears to be convicted by something um, that seems profoundly relevant to her, and I wish her, lots of light and love on her journey. But
Yeah, of
maybe
course.
maybe if she could put it into a coherent uh, fashion that isn't quite so um, sporadic and cohesive to piece together, that would, maybe we would be able to get a foothold in for something more than just banter back and forth about possibilities and speculation. But she seems nice
Concisiveness.
enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, decisiveness.
yeah. Well, at least it's an alternate program, right? They want everyone on the same pro. It's an alternate pro. That's a start. That's a good
Yeah,
start. Yeah.
yeah. I think they'd have a bit of a problem trying to persuade her to join the New World Order by any shapes.
Exactly. So that's good right there. You know what I mean? Perfect.
Yeah,
There.
right, right. I, I I do appreciate her as a guest, though. I appreciate all my guests and everybody that shows up. I mean, that makes all this worthwhile. Um, she just she just kind of come out of the blue. It was kind of a
She's never
pretty
been on
heavy
here.
learning.
I've seen her. I've seen
No,
her somewhere. I've seen her somewhere before. I think it was on when I was. I think I've been on a panel with her before on Z's a long time ago, like a year ago, a long time ago. Yeah.
huh?
Or
I,
maybe it
I
was on Ian's. I think it might have been on Ian's or something.
yeah, she said she'd been to Ian's. She had been no, she had heard of Singularity's channel, but she hadn't been there.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I
And
think it was Ian's. Yeah, I see that.
yeah, because she was with that soul trap matrix um, ideology. I figured she had been subjected to We Are Awake somewhere along the line. I think she would be in much better company for what she's trying to express. Maybe playing in Ian's arena at We Are Awake, or even at a more one-on-one um, exchange of ideals would be singular illumination, because a lot of
Yeah,
what she's talking
yeah.
about is those two hitting points very hard.
Well,
And
it's
I
more
just
of like a
really,
form. Sorry, it's like more of a form.
oh,
Sorry for
you're
yeah,
right.
it's like more of a form of mysticism, right? Where it's like kind of wishy-washy. It's kind of like more of imaginative. For me, I'm more into the occult. There's occultism and occultist or uh, a mysticist or whatever. So yeah, I think these guys over there, like what you're describing, they're more on the mystic side of things, where it's kind of like they just feel shit. For me, like I need tangible evidence, like operate some operative kind of like um, stuff that could be actually done in this realm and also in the astral, whatever you want to call it, or in the higher realm, whatever you want to call it. So it's more about tangible things that are in the real. Like I'll show you it right now, type thing. But yeah. So for me, I'm more of the in the esoteric. So you got the mystic, the occultist. So I think I'd fall more towards the occultist in my esoteric studies, in the way my research and stuff.
Yeah, Omar, if you know how to get a hold of Leslie, her sound went out and she dropped from the stream. I don't want her to think that we had her removed from the stream or anything of that nature, because she's welcome,
Well,
to come
she
up
left.
and
Yeah, her thing. I think her phone or whatever she was using died.
yeah. And the machine lies. I don't know how. Man, that would be a hard call. Um, for her to enter that arena with certain panelists around. She would have to probably engage whenever there weren't certain influences and overwhelming opinions ready to climb down someone's throat. Because I don't think that's what she's about. I don't think she's, though some good opposition and questioning would be beneficial, I feel, in her arena. I'm not sure that some of these platforms are going to be beneficial to her.
No, they're gonna go hard on her like crazy. We're super nice, to be honest. It's fucking.
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely want to, want people.
They probably wanted to put up. They wanted to put up with it. Dominic fucked off a long time ago, and maybe he'll come back. We'll see.
Yeah, he's been motivating around the old metaverse here lately. Popping in and out of chat.
Noise. He calls it noise, right? So anytime he hears noise, he just leaves, which is probably more beneficial. I'm here because I don't care. I'm multitask. I've been working the entire time. I'm not just sitting here fucking talking. So.
Right, but
I mean that's
your MO, Cage. I mean, I understand from the times when I started going to your channel. It didn't take me long to catch on to the fact that, basically, you were able to use YouTube and the panels as a companionship. Yeah, companionship. So you weren't letting every Tom Dick.
I'm trying to spread the information, right? Like I played like fucking 40-hour audio books all week while I'm working on my shit. I don't even pay attention to the chat. I don't type in it really. I just or bring people on sometimes. You should see all the things I have stored. Like I'm gonna put them on some other platform. Like I have a shitload of information stored throughout. Like I've been doing this for like a year now. So
cool.
Because I private them. Cool. I have like hundreds of hours of like proper audio stuff saved. Which I gotta back up somehow. Is there any way to back up videos on? I guess I could just download them, right?
Sometimes they have some videos have an erase clause in them tied within the scripting.
Yeah, because they're all private. I have all the lives, but they're all private. Yeah.
Yeah, I would burn them on a CD. And definitely take them to another platform, because if YouTube decides to get down and dirty with you, that's old.
Like Odyssey or fucking one of those ones. But
I found Rumble is great.
It's audiobooks and videos that even from now they got deleted. You can't even find them anymore. So I have them backed up on lives. Like, so a lot of these videos you find them and they get deleted.
We'll definitely back them up, man. And like I said, Rumble is a fairly good place that I found if you want to have a little more leniency and freedom of speech.
Rumble and Odyssey, right? And Rumble.
Yeah. They're actually pretty good, because it would be a shame to have, now that they're book burning, all that information lost.
I should have backed it up already. I'm gonna do it. Oh, now I'm letting YouTube know. Well, all of a sudden the channel gets deleted. I should have said
fuck. Right?
Fuck off, YouTube.
Right? Oh man, YouTube has been quite the experience. I don't know, man. I do enjoy the panels and the shows that we've been doing here. They've been really really cool, and I've enjoyed them. I really have, and so far so good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you notice how nobody comes and trolls you here?
No.
Same. No one fucking trolls my shit at all. Funny that, right? Because we don't participate in that shit.
Now, what is
I've
this?
had
What a
I've had people come on and troll other people on, like, in the chat, but then they don't come trolling me a little bit. And then but they fuck off. It's like no one, you don't play into it, and like it's like boring or something, so they move on. Yeah.
yeah. He's talking what AV man, Ab man.
Yeah, you're gonna sit
Yeah,
down and listen to 12 hours of information. you know.
right. Well, I've caught myself several times, Cage, just tuning your channel in and kicking back and just kind of recondition myself in understanding of certain things that I don't relatively keep within arm's reach of my
Yeah.
arsenal. It's good to have a refresher course for me, especially I'm getting older and a little more forgetful, and it's a lot of shit to try and have to remember, and especially when you start getting into sequences, houses and modes and mathematics. Some mornings I wake up and I'm like overwhelmed with a rush and a flow of thoughts sometimes, and I have to sit in silence until I can get my head straightened out enough to become coherent to me or of any use to me.
Yeah, the real true knowledge, if spoken at all, is done sub rosa. You know that term, sub rosa.
No, I'm not familiar with that, Case.
It's an alchemical term. It means like done in secrecy or done in confidence. Right? So it's not going to just be spewing out. It's just most of the times you just observe, you sit back. This is got to move in silence, really.
Yeah, that's what I've been dealing with here lately is there's a lot of information and a lot of knowledge that I don't speak of, and a lot of people get kind of pissy about that, and well, what the fuck, man? Why are you hoarding knowledge or hiding knowledge? Well, one, it's for my safety, and secondly, it's for your safety.
It's mostly for the other person's safety. That's what it is.
Yeah. That's why some of the esoteric schools, as much as it may piss them off that they have a more comprehensive understanding of some of the workings of this realm. Believe me, some of that information should not be out in public hands or available to the public just because of the nature of general society. Some things are still sacred, man. You don't walk into somebody's sweat when they're doing a sweat lodge just because you think you have the right and privilege to walk into someone else's ceremony or whatever it is that undertaking that they're doing, unless you've made yourself a public official or you put yourself in the public limelight to be accessed in that type of way.
Yeah, it's true. Like, Pythagoras in his mystery school, I think people had to be in silence for, I think, 6 years. You can't even fucking talk. And you just have to listen. And then you can start learning. And start really learning it. So you have to learn to become the observer.
Well, I will tell you one school of esoterics I went through, Cage. It was about sensory deprivation and being able to extend your energies and your awareness beyond whatever sense that you're deprivating and cutting off. And you go through periods of time with that particular sense shut down and turned off so that the other senses can be heightened and raised. And if you do that with all five senses, tangible senses, by the time you've done 6 months worth of that, and I'm not talking on a consecutive, you got to give your mind time to grow and adjust to that type of change of information and change of perspective. But it does heighten your awareness and it does heighten your other senses and makes them much more.
Well, that's what happens with the blind, right? When you have one sense cut off, it kind of, your brain overcompensates. So usually one particular strength is like super heightened, like smell or hearing or, something else. Or it could be like a sense that's not recognized by the five senses we usually talk about.
Right. And then,
Yeah,
there's arguably, this, well, I would, I exercise what I would be considering my sixth sense. But definitely the five, I think that it is very beneficial to deprivate or remove a sense, one of the five or even two of the five on certain occasions, as long as you're in a safe environment to do such. It has, your body goes through
like
chemical
those tanks,
changes.
right? Those deprivation tanks.
Yeah, that's
Reminds me of
full
that
body
Daredevil.
immersion.
It reminds me of that Daredevil shit as a kid. That fucking movie, comic book shit. They hide kind of that knowledge in there. He's blind as a kid, and then he also goes into like one of those deprivation tanks after. So they're cutting off two senses, so it opens up other pathways in the mind. Something
Really?
there with that. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of astro projected? No, I'm thinking the only thing I can relate that to is maybe
I think he means astral
astral.
projection. Astral projection. He's
Have you? Oh, has my conscious awareness left this body by a course of there'd be types of ceremony or modes. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now is to bring the etheric and the prime material and the dream state all into coherency at all times, so that instead of compartmentalizing of the three, you're retaining and gaining and are aware as a free flow of information from the ethereal, the astral, and the prime material all at the same time. And I think that with a proper practice and discipline given to it, that you wouldn't ever ask for an interpretation of your dreams or what did that dream mean, because it would be in communication directly and coherently with the prime material and the out of body state of being. And you could take the out of body state of being and retrieve resource and information, and there wouldn't be that sense of separation from it, because all three of your states of existence, your dream state, your conscious state, and your astral state. I think that once that can be obtained, the possibilities of just being able to engage with this reality would be transcended at that point in time. You wouldn't question what a dream means. And when you were outside of the body, it would be as familiar as your waking moment, and there would be no questioning of self and the three states of self. It would all be cohesive, coherent, and a singular observation within your own being. If you
Oh yeah,
relate to that at all.
you can do some shit like you can enter dreams. You can. I'm not even joking. I've done this before when I was young. Right, I didn't know this stuff was like real. Right, I was just experimenting. So you get into a certain meditative state. I'm assuming you're giving off a specific magnetic field in that state, or whatever. And pretty much you can project yourself into a dream. So I did it once when I never did it after this because I realized, like when something happens, like, I stopped fucking around. But this individual was already primed for this because like a week before that, we were in the car. It was like his girlfriend, him, and I. I was in the back seat. We're like, okay. I'm showing them the dice thing, how we can roll the dice and make it go to the number if we all like do like a specific visualization, way over chance, or what they try telling us is probability. And then so like we're driving along the highway and he's like, okay, I'm like, guys, watch, we can just think of like some random car. So buddy, he's like, he thought of this like specific car, right? It was a light blue car, BMW. There's like barely any in the world. You know what I mean? So it's like something very, very like difficult to fucking see, right? Like it's not going to happen by like a chance, or whatever they want to call it. And so we all focused on it. I'm not even joking. Within like less than a minute, we seen that car passing on the opposite side of the highway. And then, so that kind of primed them for it. So I'm like, all right, these guys, the guy's open to it. I'm going to try another technique here. So I started what the natives are called dream walking or whatever. So
Right.
I was awake, and then I kind of just like entered the mind of the individual, kind of had like the neuro mirroring or whatever you want to call it. And I used to live in this building, so I'm like, in the dream or the vision I projected into his mind. I don't know what he saw, but yeah. So I met him downstairs. He's in the car to meet him to give him something. And, I just went to the front passenger window and just shot him, a bunch of times. I killed him in the dream because I figured, every time you die in a dream, you usually remember it. And you never actually die in the dream. You always wake up before. So I just fucking, offed him in the dream. I just rinsed the entire magazine into, through the window. And then I'm not even joking. 15 minutes later, he called. And he's like, what the fuck did you just do to me? And then from there, I knew it was real. And then from there, I knew it was real and not to mess around with it anymore. It was just like a test, So then I stopped fucking with that, but then it kind of happened to me. You know what I mean? Like I had this strange dream. I was in the middle of in Japan. I don't know why. I had nothing to do with it. Fucking wandering around, and then for some reason, I'm asking if my phone's dead. It's getting dark. I'm like, I don't know where the fuck I am or why I'm even here and where to go. So I'm wandering around trying to use a phone to call somebody who I didn't even know who I was going to call. And then I found a Rosicrucian fucking temple, which I looked up and it looks exactly like it was in the dream in Japan. And,
wow.
And then I went in there and the secretary spoke perfect English. She's like, oh, do you have the number? I'll dial it for you. And I pulled out a fucking note out of my pocket, right, with a phone number on it. And I woke up. I remember this shit so vividly. I was sweating like crazy when I woke up. Fucking woke up super vividly to this. And someone's telling me to, I'm I had to fucking text this number. I'm like, and I just said, what's up? I was told to contact you. And they're like, yeah, we've been expecting you and shit. I'm not even joking. And I'm still in contact with these people through a fucking dream. So, very odd.
That's pretty profound. Definitely pretty profound. That's why, I'm so adamant about taking the three states of being and allowing them to exchange information on a constant. And be consciously aware of that information that's being shared back and forth. Because I think instead of battling with the environment and the construct, that once you go inside and you remove your limitations and you become self-aware and self-discovery, you alleviate yourself the pain of being a part of humanity and the way that they exist and conduct themselves.
Well, you should see what can be done. You remember Token? You probably seen him on here.
Yeah, Token? Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask him. Next time ask him about this individual named Cool Breeze. And I mean, they came on here talking about it. I don't like showing people if you're doing it. I shouldn't be talking about it, but it doesn't matter because either way. Came on, he's like, "Oh, I'm trying to learn telepathy, or do I know?" He's like interested in it, right? So as he was saying it, I wrote down a number, put it into his fucking mind. I'm not even joking. You can ask Token. He witnessed this shit. I do it all the time, but to certain people, they have to ask for it first because I don't like going and intruding in people's minds like that. But pretty
Right.
much, yeah. So he's like, I'm like, all right. So just say a number from 1 to 100, right? I already wrote down 73. And that's a 1% chance to happen. And he's the one who brought it up. So factor that in too. It's like, you might as well win the lottery. So, as soon as he said it, I'm like, say it, because he has to say it. And then, yeah, as soon as he said it, boom, I had the camera already pointed down, hit the camera. It's impossible that I could have written it or done anything. And then, he just said absolutely nothing left and never came back. Scared the living shit out of him. Because if you start showing people this shit, they're not going to want to be around you. I'm telling you.
Right. And that's I found that out the hard way with certain endeavors I've undertaken on social media and especially in general peer society when I was younger. Such a primitive, superstitious state that most of them fall into, especially
It's
when
fucking easy.
confronted.
It's easy to do. I mean, you don't go around telling people how to do it.
No.
Because that's like fucking giving like a child like a machine gun, right? You don't an AK, a Kalashnikov or something. You don't give the child a Kalashnikov and go make it fucking start shooting bullets.
Right. That's why I retain a considerable amount of knowledge that I will not share. And like I said, it's for my safety and theirs. I'm not trying to be
Because the usual temptation? The temptation is to use it for selfish purposes or to get even or get back at people or do something. But this shit will, you fuck around, you find out. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't want to be responsible by handing somebody the keys to bend
You're not trying to be an
reality,
dealer, right? Yeah, it's like these fucking retards over here giving all these little kids guns and shit. Now everyone's running around with extended magazines and fucking Glocks with switches on them, shooting and killing each other. But you're the idiot who gave them the gun, So just fucking let people. If you go build your own gun and then come talk to me, go build a fucking bow and arrow at the beginning, a slingshot or something. Move forward. Unearned knowledge is dangerous.
Yeah, the show coming up. Okay. Omar was asking if Ian had left the scene again. He hasn't.
People have lives outside of fucking YouTube, So.
Yeah, he's got a show scheduled that's coming up here in a couple of days. I don't know if it's part of a series that he's doing or it's an in-depth deep dive, one or the other. But he hasn't left. He hasn't left again. He's just Ian's doing Ian.
Yep. Chefing it up.
Yeah, he's another one that changed really profoundly, and I guess found his niche or his calling.
You want to know why? I remember the last
Yeah,
time we were talking to him. But it does have something to do with me. He went and did it on live after. I wasn't there for it, but I pretty much had a conversation with him off of YouTube, and he was explaining to me. I would talk about it because he brought it onto YouTube after. So he was telling me about this thing he has, like a book or like a notebook or something with all this negative fucking shit.
Oh, his blue
compiled into
book.
subconscious. Yeah, that book, and I'm like, you got to burn that
Yeah.
motherfucker. And he went on live and burned that shit, made the fire and everything. So I was super proud of him for that. You know, after that, he's no longer the same. You know, which in a positive way, he's moving forward. You know, so.
Well, it's a rite of passage. Definitely a rite of passage.
I instructed him to burn it, you know, and he actually did it. So he took that, you know, he took it properly.
Right. I think, you know, he's more focused and solidified in his message, though not, you know, he doesn't have the same amount of people that agree with his message. I think his message is much stronger now.
If you have a bunch of people agreeing with your message, it's probably the wrong one, you know, as history is told us.
Right. And so far, he stuck to his guns, man. Got to give him that. You know, he and that book. I remember the book. He told me about that book a long time ago.
He told me about that, and I'm like, burn it. That's the first thing. I'm like, you got to burn that fuck. Yeah, but that is holding that. He was literally like fucking manifest. That was like, get rid of it, transmute it through the flame. You know what I mean?
Right.
And luckily, he went and listened to me. The next couple of days later, I seen him fucking burning it on live. I'm like, all right, page by page.
Cool. He's letting that go now.
Yeah, but I gave him a technique, a mental technique while doing the action, right? And the emotion, using the energy and emotion. So it's like transmuting it physically. And then he also had observers also seeing it too. You know, other people there. I would have done it by myself in silence without being online. But you know, if that is you know, his way of doing it, then good on him. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm glad you gave him a ceremony so that it holds a much more significance.
I didn't give him anything. He went and did it himself. So.
No, what I was saying is instead of him just, you know, burning the book without an intent, just for the sake, you know, of getting rid of the book, you gave him a tool to use to do it with
to do it with the thought and the emotion and then the action. You can't just have the action of burning something, right? You have to you know, I told him the visualization technique to do it while doing it, and hopefully, you know, who knows what's going to happen with the guy now. He's been freed.
Right, and he definitely, you know, he's got a strong approach. You know, he doesn't bend to the whims that he used to, and I really admire that. Shows growth. You know, shows development.
That's it. And you got to be developing and growing every day, you know. So just one part. It's an everyday thing.
Well, I'm hoping that with some of the direction that I see happening, that these people who have found a niche continue presenting themselves in a more constructive way, leave the clown channels to the clowns, and leave the message channel to those that have a message. And, you know, there's a point where you can have humor mixed in with it, but don't allow that to turn into panel drama or chat room mayhem. So, I have an etiquette about, I guess I consider my channel is allowing people into my home, into my mind, into my space, and I share with them as best as I can. And I try to be as good a host as I can be. So it's that way people have a place to go.
So you want to add humor into it? Have you ever seen a blind man from birth paint a clown?
Is that really?
Yeah, now you have. Full screen it. This is how a blind man paints a clown. How is that possible? How the fuck do you describe how to paint a clown to someone who's never seen before?
Oh shit, man.
No shit, man. I'm telling you.
He's even got light reflections in that reflective light. So
He's holding umbrellas.
Apparently,
two umbrellas.
yeah. Apparently, he has some concept of a source of illumination. It's not overly exaggerated, but the hints of it are there. That is amazing, man. Because I've heard some deaf people play music, and that was impressive. And then when I seen Jeff Healy, he's a blind blues player, and how he reconfigured the fingering to be able to play the blues setting down as a blind man. That was the one that really caught my attention for what sensory deprivated or sensory lost people are able to do, because Healy was a monster on the blues guitar and still is, but he had to relearn how to play it sitting in his lap, and he had to relearn how to do the chords being blind, so that the chords made sense to him and that he could actually play them sitting down.
Mm-hmm. Actually, are those umbrellas? They kind of look like mushrooms or umbrellas or some sort of a. Kind of does look like a mushroom. The clown mushroom. Black mushroom.
Right. That's so amazing.
Well, I knew that because of the fact that you mentioned it, right? Like, I'm like, all right, just search up a list of people born blind that are artists, and you'll find a massive list of them. Like, there's a few of them out there for sure. This one happens to be from Turkey.
Turkey. Yeah. All right.
Asref Armageddon.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna have to look into him now and check out his work and his art.
See, I love this stuff. Now I'm gonna go down a fucking, go down a little non-existent rabbit hole. I'm gonna do my research on blind artists. Yeah. I go Ray Charles on him.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but that Ray Charles wasn't born blind. I need 100% blind, completely blind. You can't see any figures or shapes. 100% in the black darkness or whatever. And from birth, not people that became blind after.
Well, if you're interested in seeing somebody who took an instrument, completely revamped the procedure of playing lead and chords, and has been fully blind and is fully blind. He plays with his head throwed back in the air because there's nothing for him to see. He's feeling everything. Jeff Healy, man, check out at least one of his videos. The guy is amazing.
Jeff
And
Healy.
just Jeff Healy, yeah, the Jeff Healy band.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Oh man, and he's up there in blues playing along the lines of Satriani or Vi with his ability to play, not necessarily the style and the
Wait,
technique.
Healy, Heel, like Heel, EY.
Yeah, I believe so.
Hey, he's from my city, bro.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, he was born in Toronto, died over there too. There you go.
Yeah, he absolutely incredible. What is this? The song "Hello, Billy, Blind Woman Did His Face." Okay, that's
First one
from
that pops
Fools
up
and
for me
Tools.
says, first one that pops up for me when I search him up, Jeff Healy, is See the Light.
There you go. And then look up color reading. Now, color reading I have heard of, but I didn't know that the song.
My name, what does your name technically mean? My name technically means Victory of the Light.
Just an axis. I mean, just the unseen center of balanced movement,
I'm saying your
and
actual
that
name that given at birth. Mine means Victory of the Light.
Valley
There's a
of the
meaning
Moon.
behind it. Value of the Moon. Huh?
Hmm.
What's Victory of the Light?
Yeah, my name is all heritage. Um, my birth name, not my corporate name, just my given name at birth. It
Yeah,
means valid.
your mom and father gave you or whatever. Huh?
Yeah, yeah. Valley of the Moon.
That's a good one.
Ah, well, it's not as impressive as Thundering Demon Tiger, but I'll settle for it.
Yeah, the ages are like that. I got a good friend growing up. He was like, you know, the man's doing amazing though. But yeah, his was Sky Universe Dragon. So it's not as crazy as that. You know, the
Right?
Chinese in Mandarin or whatever. Sky Universe Dragon translation technically. But yeah, our names clearly
Uh,
used to come from our profession, right? Or like what you were known for. I think that's how they originally started. At least the last names.
uh, yeah, I believe there is something to that. 'Cause I know that's where
Like the
the idealist
Carpenter,
and
Fisher,
Smith.
yeah, Smith. Yep. That's how it originally started, dude. It's like Smith, right? Like the first blacksmith, like in the Matrix, where Tubal Cain, like the first
Right,
blacksmith. It comes from this Canaanite ideology.
right, right. It's I've done some little bit of origin and various family names that are attached to me. Um, Random bunch, the ones that I could get any information on. The tribal heritage, there just there wasn't any um, census uh, census manuscript or ledgers or anything of that nature that I could get a hold of past my what would be my great grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
So they were all indigenous, and I wound up acquiring my name through them. But the other half, the Scandinavian, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed folk that are in my bloodline, um, they were easy to hunt down. Hell, they had a family crest and all the bullshit. But I really don't get along with them too well. There's probably a reason for that.
Yeah. Well, native, and then a lot of breeding happening because they go over there to the natives, they pillage the land, rape the women, force religion on the people. Happening over here, they're finding like thousands of bodies buried under the churches of children.
Really?
Yeah, it's public knowledge.
I know they've been digging up a lot of sacred places, and they've been discovering since they have that lidar technology. They're mapping underground, and they're finding all kinds of remnants of civilizations everywhere. They've found pyramids and entire city
In
structures.
the Amazon, right?
Some of it, yeah. Some of it was in the Congo. They wound up discovering an entire city, in the Congo, in those. I'm trying to think of what they call that stretch of jungle. Not the South American jungle. It's the across the pond jungle in Africa. It's eluding me at the moment. But yeah, they found an incredible stone city there. That it was deep. It wasn't somewhere that anybody would have gone anyhow. It was just they happened to stumble across it with this new technology that they're using. But we're not going to get any. We're not going to get anything that holds real significance to change the course of history or to rewrite our history into truth. They're going to keep all that shit at the Smithsonian under wraps with the government confiscation teams, which is a shame because I think people would be more in touch with themselves if they knew the truth and the reality of the cycles that we go through, and the what do they call it, the resets, whether it be cataclysmic or man-made. There had to be something going on during that period. I'm guessing it's the Younger Dryas, where all these civilizations just pretty much gone.
Listen to Grant Hancock, huh?
No, this is just my own observations from my studies.
Graham Hancock, actually, whatever his name is. You know the guy I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I like the actual to go into the college lectures and some of the more archaeological lectures and various things like that, because you get a little bit more information from them. And a lot of
you know what I just discovered, bro?
What's that?
Apparently the pyramids are 8-sided, not 4-sided.
Right. Yeah, they have a minor indentation and straight down the middle of each side. Yeah.
So it makes it even more impressive to pull that off so perfectly.
Oh, fuck, man. The pyramid at Giza is profoundly amazing, but some of the other pyramids that they've found, Cage, are so beyond.
You see the Coahuaca one where they clap and it makes a bird noise back? Like the sound of a bird clap. Like, what the fuck? They know about that sound stuff that you mess around with. Like, back then, like at a master level. You clap at a structure and it echoes back a bird, like a perfect bird sound of one of this bird that they worship. It's kind of like the scarab of Egypt. Yeah.
Right. I found that trying to get people to be aware of or to understand the silent warfare that they're under with frequencies and waves and even vibrations, uh, all the way down to your 60 cycle hum that comes from your electrical in your house. Nobody cares, Cage, and there's only a handful that you can even relate or comprehend when you start going into what they're being subjected to, and even what I found that I was capable of doing. They would rather stay oblivious and victimized by it than to try and understand it and take any type of precaution against it.
Well, yeah, you can
And,
bend reality. You can pretty much do anything you can all possibly even imagine. It's possible. Anything you can imagine is a possibility, technically. So, but it's knowing when to act, when to. You can't just go around fucking with reality. It doesn't end well
right,
for anybody. Yeah.
right. You're
So,
you're absolutely right.
so it's like a last resort type thing. And even then, there's always like an equal effect to it, equal and opposite reaction or whatever. Right? That there has to be be a balance. So it comes
Well,
with
it's really,
unexpected results sometimes. So you got to be careful with it.
and it did. It came with unexpected results because I thought people would be more open and more conscious about frequencies and vibrations and you know microwave technology. Uh, They're interested in cloud, chemtrails. They'll sit and talk about that all day long because they can see it. But when you start talking about things that people
Silent
can't
weapons for silent wars, huh?
exactly, and I was hoping that people would catch on and understand that not only are they being used as nodal points at this point in time, and not are they a commodity
I
to
love how
the
you just said
exchange.
that nodal points,
Yeah,
like a node in
you know,
computing,
yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean by it. They don't give a shit, man. And you can even show them videos relative to and showing them exactly how the form and function works and how it affects them. They give no shit. It wasn't till, I stepped away from that and even quit discussing it or talking about it that I started developing a bit of a more social interaction with panel and chat room people and even in actual real life. They just don't want to hear it, man. They don't want to hear it at all.
and to go back to the node thing, right?
Yeah.
So in technical terms, right, it's a point in which lines or pathways intersect or branch, a central or connecting point. But in the way of my understanding, because I'm more of like a, you know, some people call me CTB, Cage the botanist. But yeah, so a node is where you have one or two, a leaf or more intersecting on the stem, right? So you're branching out, like
Right.
an internodal spacing. And this
And
is kind
that's
of how
what they're
reality is, right? It's like all of us are, as in the technical terms, it's like a point in which lines or pathways intersect or branch, a central or connecting point. So, what
yes.
is it connecting to, and what is the point? And so,
We are being used to amplify Wi-Fi and cellular signals. I don't know if you knew that or not, but they're
well, that's
using
a
our
newer,
bio.
it's a newer thing, yeah.
Yeah, they're using our
And
biofield.
yeah, what happens is pretty much if like these EMF fields, right, non-indigenous EMF fields, or like non-native, like not local to the human body, because we do give off our own, which there's practices to override these exposures that we have. But yeah, if the exposure overrides their natural magnetic field, then there's something called apoptosis happens. It's programmed cell death, meaning that you're going to get a whole bunch of dis-ease, dis-ease, and
Right.
a bunch of issues, right, that occur. This is how, a lot of people get sick nowadays, if you want to call it that. So,
Have you looked into or even seen where people have been taking Bluetooth receivers into cemeteries and they're
yeah,
able
I've
to
seen
pick up?
videos like that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I've seen videos like that.
You know, they're basically utilizing the dead for worldwide Bluetooth transmission.
What kind of necromancy is this?
Digital necromancy.
Oh man. Well, not everybody emits a signal, right? So I guess it's something maybe someone put into their body. Yeah, possibly.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is that, you know, it probably started at one certain year that people were being given a MAC address or an IP number and a Bluetooth receptor and transmitter, and it could be nano in the blood. Well, no, because they drain the blood whenever they embalm them. I don't know, man. I don't know how they got that
If you look in the
technology
technicality,
into them.
Bluetooth, it's used as a way to geolocate people. I mean, it's like when you have your Bluetooth on, right? Which most people just leave that shit on. It can pinpoint you like very precisely. It helps map out the entire system really. And technologies like Ring cameras, all these other things work in conjunction with it. So it just literally makes like a digital map. And it works like connecting to other Bluetooth signals like in close proximity. So you just need like the majority of people using it, and then spreads like that. Now you have the whole thing locked down.
Yeah, admin says that they've been doing it since around 2007. So I'm trying to think. To us, 2007, Bluetooth was still in its infancy to the general public, if I recall right. So they had to have snuck that technology into humans, before it was fully accepted and utilized by the general public. That's creepy, man.
Well, it's a recent thing with, the poke.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I can see where that'd be relevant. Can definitely see where that would be relevant.
When those videos came out, it was after the poke, I'm talking
right.
about poke, that Hawaiian food, it's like raw fish and like a poke bowl.
Right. Gotcha, brother. Appreciate the back watching. Yeah, I noticed that they're using, and it was Max Vision that gave me the heads up on. They're using our bioelectric fields as transmitters and receivers for wireless technology.
Well, yeah, it would be done. It's not like how it would work is through something called magnetite or magneto zones, right? Which is within all the brains. It's how fucking fish navigate, the birds navigate, carry fucking pigeons and shit. All of that. Like how they have to have an inner GPS hooked up to the Earth's magnetic field. And funny enough, I think it was in 2016 at Harvard, they discovered. Or they created something called magneto, which through a single injection self-perpetuates through ferritin, which is like the iron compound within the blood, and creates overrides the natural magnetosome. So it'd be just like for complete control, the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth, it's not enough. These non-native EMS, it's not enough. You need a second and third part to it. So really, if you can give something to somebody, through whatever, it'll pretty much, it creates synthetic magnetosomes that override the natural ones in your mind, which, through a certain frequency can override, the capabilities of the human mind and literally like put them in. It's like for example, instead of sending a Trojan or whatever on a computer or like some sort of a virus, it's like physically going to the computer, plugging something into it, and then sending something that's going to work directly with that plugin. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So
Yeah.
you're literally cutting off you're limiting reality. You're cutting off like the source really and giving a synthetic source. It's been happening slowly.
Well, I know.
It's physically hacking the device. It's like you're going directly into the hardware of the device and then hitting it with some external thing.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about was well, they've got, man, they're hitting us so quick, Cage, with the skull voice to skull technology, the neuro interfacing, the neuro chip. I'm sure the neuro lace is going to be the next thing that the FDA approves human clinical trials on. The new frequencies that we're being introduced to, the enhancements to Wi-Fi and cellular signals and whatever other miscellaneous frequencies they throw in there. Man.
All right, but the thing is, you can't be living remember, there's a placebo and the nocebo effect. So even what's Buddy's name over here? Omar. Omar's saying he got the shot. That's fine. Now that you know what their little game plan is, you can do certain things, train your mind like a fucking weapon, beyond a weapon. And, then you'll never have to use it really, for a way where, it's better to have it than not. It's funny when you have
don't
something.
think that's the be all.
Yeah. So, and then, transmute. Now it's not going to affect you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. I don't like quoting Christian shit. I like that quote. Either way. So, once you become aware of it, once you become aware of it, then it has no effect on you. It only affects people that are kind of, they're aware of it, but they're not consciously aware of it, so they have no defense against it. So simply, it has no effect on you as of now. Either way.
Definitely.
You have to know it for a fact. You're beyond knowing it or thinking about it or believing it. It's an automatic function like your heartbeat. It's done. It's over.
Yeah, don't take that as a be-all, end-all because you got the shot, Omar. You are aware now, and you have the ability within you to neutralize any type of
you got a saline shot. You didn't even get the real one. You got a saline shot. It wasn't even the real one. A lot of them was nothing in it. And there was an experiment on specific people linked to a number. But either way, you got a saline shot. You didn't even get the real one. That's why you're here. If you got the real one, you want to be here.
Right. You would definitely know that you got hit with the other one, other than the saline. But it blew me away when they come out and admitted what they had done. And people still, just like when they were told to stay indoors and wear a mask.
I was in the forest every day, not wearing any fucking mask. What are you talking about? I was business as normal. What the fuck? The people I knew, everyone grew up on fucking curfew and house arrest, and no one followed it anyways. Never mind a little government lockdown. Fuck off. People have been dealing with that the whole time. It has nothing. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, I was a nomad traveling from coast to coast. I wasn't wearing no fucking mask, and I damn sure wasn't locked in or shut
No,
down.
it's funny. Some people would like that. Why now I can walk around with a mask and gloves. You know how much shit you can get away with? Oh, that'd
And
be,
they have.
you know what I mean? Though that's another element. Some people love that. Oh, I get to, usually wearing masks and gloves, you're gonna look all suspicious. Now you can just walk around wearing that. Perfect. Okay. Not gonna move like James Bond and shit.
And they do. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed or paid attention to the level of uh, group warming to loot stores and the level of theft that's going on, especially out west in California. I mean, that just blew my mind. I mean, what a kick in the fucking face. You know, you're adding insult to injury. You just put us through hell with your stipulations and shit. You socially crippled an entire nation. The suicide and mental illness is off the fucking charts and has been since the introduction of the monster, that unseen monster. And
What do you
now,
mean? They legalized it, remember? It's legal now.
yeah.
To kill yourself.
Uh,
They'll kill you. They'll give you the
I
goddamn. They'll give you the fucking the lethal injection. Put you down like a dog.
yeah, I was talking to crime, Cage. Over here in the States, crime is off the hook. I mean, way fucking off the hook. I don't know how it is up there with you guys, but it is. I mean, we're talking flash mobs raiding places. I used to love to go to Chicago, man. I considered that my second home. And I won't step foot in Chicago now. So, but since then, I found my real home is Arizona Desert. But yeah, I loved Chicago, man. I did a lot of business and music and trade and, you know, entertainment in Chicago. And now fuck no, man. I ain't going to Chicago. No fucking way. I see too much of what's going on and being so close
I see.
to it.
You know what's funny about Chicago? That inspired all this shit. Most of the violence that's happened on the streets now got inspired from Chicago drill music for some reason over here. They all think they're
Really?
fucking Chicago, yeah. And they're moving like they are too. They're just fucking shooting up everything. Yeah. And it has a lot to do with this fucking music, which, they must be putting some sort of brainwashing frequency in the goddamn music, bro. I'm telling you.
I think they've upped it. They've been using.
They've upped it like crazy. They brainwashed the fuck out of people over here. They think they're in Chicago. Like, you're supposed to be in Canada, like relaxing and shit. Like, it's cold, and now they're moving like even worse. And it's way harder to get. If they had guns like as easy as it was in fucking the U.S., it'd be worse in fucking Chicago at this point.
Well, I tell you, Cage. The music has been weaponized since the Tavistock and the Laurel Canyon, and
yeah, they did it in Montreal too with that Dr. Cameron. Cameron.
Right.
I was playing shit about Mind Control the other day.
I was really disillusioned with a lot of the music that I grew up with and enjoyed because I could hear the programming that was put behind it that made it an agenda instead of a natural movement. And it took the joy.
They experiment a lot over here. It's very fucking weird. I don't know why. I guess it's because we have a bigger land mass in the United States, yet we have less population than California, for instance. But it's way bigger over here, so they could do a whole type of fucking weird shit over here and hide it very easily. They experiment over here. I'm telling you.
I believe that. I can believe that. Well, look, man, they got you guys hooked on maple syrup. You're fucking addicted, man.
See what I mean? I've been trying to get off it. I don't know what to do. I think I need I don't think I heard pine syrup. If you take pine syrup instead of maple syrup, it can get you good. It's like wean you off of it. Maybe we should go with
Good.
the oak tree.
I hope they find something, man, because I really feel for you guys, and the battle you're waging against your maple syrup addiction.
It's
Just
fucked. It's out of
devastating.
control.
I
You know what they
love
do
it.
over here?
What's that,
They
brother?
boil maple syrup, get all the water out of it, and then they put it onto fucking snow, and it turns into fucking maple syrup taffy type shit. It like hardens into like type of and they eat it.
That don't sound too bad. I mean, it seems to be mostly organic, right?
Straight out the tree into the nice clean snow. Yeah, you could do this back then. Nowadays I wouldn't do it. But back then you're able.
Oh,
Yeah.
eating the snow today? Hell no, brother.
I used to eat
No,
snow
I
as a
don't.
kid.
Yeah, I think any of us that have reached any type of reasonable age, we got to endeavor in eating of the snow angels, and we didn't have all the
I used to wear snow
modifications to
forts
the
and
weather.
toboggan and shit. Yeah, it was perfect. It was fucking different. Then they started fucking around like crazy.
Yeah, well, I know the Ozarks. The day that we hit 76 degrees. A few days ago, about 3 days ago, the Ozarks hit 83 degrees, and then the next day, both of us, the Ozarks and where I'm at, were down in the high teens. That blew me away, And then today, it was back up in the 40s and 50s, and then they're talking about,
Oh, you know
you
what
know,
happened over here? It was even on the news. Even the local news reported it. It was literally, we go in Celsius here, not Fahrenheit, but it was like,
right,
it was about 19 degrees Celsius, and then it dropped within 10 minutes. It dropped like 15 degrees, 10 degrees, like crazy, and then it went to like negative fucking 15 with the wind and that, like out of nowhere. Like yeah, I think they're testing shit out. That is not
I
natural.
no, we just had
Not
the
natural. And it
part of
happened over
Texas.
there. I talked to Token about it when it happened too, the same day, and he's like, he's out in the States. It happened where he's at too. Kind of around the Great Lakes areas. I'm sure you have here.
Yeah, we just had a part of Texas go up in flames, and snow on the ground, 30-degree weather, and a part of the Panhandle. I forget. It is a massive plot of land that just caught on fire, and
Yeah,
it
all these
burned.
wildfires everywhere. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. They were raging, last year. They're still going on. It makes no sense. They're fucking doing it on purpose.
Right. This
Testing
is
out the
the
little shit.
exact same landmarks as the Paradise Fire or the Maui Fire or the California Fire. I mean, the exact
We
same
had a
indicators
fuckload in
were there.
Canada too. We had them all last summer in Canada too. The air quality was so bad. We had the worst air quality in the world
Yeah, I remember
over
it was
here.
seeping down here, and there was actually haze on the eastern shoreline uh, in the states down here from the fires that were happening up there with you guys.
Yeah, it was going all into the U.S. after. I know, all throughout everywhere. But
What
we're right
amazes
near it.
me is how quickly
Like you could
people
drive to
are.
them quickly. Yeah, they've
You
been
could,
going on. Someone set that shit. I'm telling you. I'm trying to fucking enact this idea that they put into everybody with like
right?
it's a play.
Fuck, man. I've seen. Well, whenever I first started seeing the fires happen and the fires that happen in Canada, but it seems like people have become either so used to shit like this happening or complacent with it, that half the United States could burn up one day, and by the next day, people have forgotten it happened or don't
Yeah,
even speak of it.
yeah, exactly. Look what Adman 136 said. I feel as though focusing on the collapse just impedes upon your spiritual development because you're just feeling like you're on the dead end for a while. It's just best to focus on trying to get out of here. Spiritual development, that's it. Oh, you got to understand, this is a massive chess game, yeah, and they're not even playing just regular chess. It's beyond Enochian chess, beyond four-sided chess with three boards. They're playing a whole different fucking game, really. You have to understand the mechanism in order to, quote, try to get out of it. And it's not about that. It's about if you play their game, you're gonna lose either way. It's about creating your own board, your own structure, your own foundation. Then yeah, come play on mine after. You know, I'm not going out to play on other people's boards or other things boards or whatever. You know, create your own board, and by doing that, you
Yeah,
have to bore in. It's involution and evolution. What are you gonna say, guys?
I wanted to give Adman a a little bit of purity and light for uh, his people's struggle. Um, he comes from, he comes from a relative situation that's happening right now that isn't isn't justified by the nature of it to the degree that they're going with it. So my heart goes out to him, and definitely my respect and love, man. He's he's a good guy, man. He's a trooper. Adman has always been really good to me.
Yeah, I don't know what Adman is, but yeah, bro. You know, we're always here. If you need anything, all
Yeah,
you
he
gotta do is reach out. I got you.
right, right, absolutely. It's the obscene that's collapsing. We remain. This is from Don McGrawn. And yes, we are not meant to win their game. That's why I don't play lotto. Yeah, I hear you on that. Um, and then he gives his sentiments to the uh, to people who didn't deserve and don't deserve what's happening to them. And you're welcome, Adman. I recognize your struggle, definitely.
The buzzer hasn't rang yet, you know what I mean? The game's still going. We'll see what happens at the end.
Right, right. It's just the extremes that they're going through, and how it's affecting people that are even close to my circle. Is devastating, completely devastating. This is fucking genocide, if ever I seen it, against a particular people, and no remorse, no remorse whatsoever for what they're doing. And I don't agree with how far they've taken things at all, or in the way that they've done it. But I'll let that rest, and I want Adman to know that, you know, I feel you, brother. I feel you, and I've been watching, keeping an eye on it. So just hang tight and know that there's peace and love coming at you from here.
It's been sent.
Right.
If you in physicality, if this is true, prove it to me, and you'll be physically healthy. You know, get on the panel if you can.
He does. I think he's been on Ian's before. I think he's been up on the panel there, and
Wow, where is
I
he at?
think he's one of the We Are Lakers from back in the day when
Where is he in, like,
when
Palestine or something?
he's got relations there. Yes.
Is he living there?
No, he's in the States at the moment, but
Oh, okay. It made it sound like he was living over there or something. He's like getting blown to shit. Like he really needed help, like that.
well,
His family, he has family members there, so that's important.
yeah,
All the
he
people
has
there.
interest there. He definitely has interest in it, and I just it's such a touchy subject to even mention
Yeah.
on platforms, but I'm not going to let it go without at least some addressing or some type of acknowledgement, because I don't want to be even spiritually tied to the atrocities that's taken place. Not at all.
Well, this bullshit always happens, It's like just, what next, It's just always this fucking thing nonstop,
It,
wherever it may be.
right? And it has been nonstop. Ever since they started that agenda thing back in, and what was that? What 2019 or 2000, was that 18 or 19, Cage?
What, Agenda 21?
Yeah, the monster that they unleashed that we can't see. I'm gonna mute up for a second.
It's a bunch of bullshit, bro. You have to speak boldly into the future. So I know things will change. Not in the way I or anybody wants. Not what we want, it's what we need. So motive.
Well, right, and I'm hoping that true to nature and true to form, seeing since we are in the dance of the entourage and in the beginnings of the Kali cycle, that the Brahma takes over and brings a stabilization, and one that can be retained by the energies of Vishnu, and may those who deserve peace find peace and receive that peace. But I really believe that a lot of people are going to start suffering some severe instant karma.
I'm an agent of karma. You never know when
He
I'll
said
appear all of a
that.
sudden.
Yeah,
It could be good or
that's
bad.
true.
I used to literally think when I was growing up, I literally thought I was karma. I used to appear. Good ways or bad ways, it's all in perspective. And you get what you need, know what you want.
Right. So far, I've been in pretty good graces. I mean, I have had my ass paddled along the way, but as far as residual results of a negative occurrence on the constant, no, not like it was. But I had to come to terms with a lot of things within myself, and adjusting from getting off the road and being in an established a household and having to interact with humans again, even though social media, it may not be a physical, interaction, but it's just as powerful and just as deep as any other interaction that you're going to deal with or go through. Just like when you send blessings and healings out to people, you know, that just because it's over a Wi-Fi signal or on the internet doesn't make it any less powerful or any less impactful. I truly believe that we share a very
Well, it's just
personal
being aware.
space.
It's like kind of the observer effect, right? So once you become aware, then you can. But pretty much, like, when you do the transmutation thing I was mentioning earlier, you're supposed to project it out into everything, regardless, right? So
Yeah,
individual people become irrelevant. It's just for everybody, everything beyond words. Can't really get into it.
yeah, it's a transference of energy, regardless, the means, mode, or method. And
It's an automatic function.
yeah, and I see karma, um, actually almost the reoccurrence of earned karma is happening quicker and at a more substantial rate than I think ever before, and never been said truer than infinite karma. It seems like that's happening. So maybe that's a sign of the times, or a sign of the energies that we're under. But people seem to be getting what they dish out pretty quick.
Sometimes there's a delay. It could be long. Eventually, it all comes back. Yeah.
It does. It really does. I had to learn the hard way because
Be it good or bad,
I'm
it doesn't have to be a negative thing. Most people are like scared of it. If you know who you are and you're good with yourself, you can sleep properly.
yeah.
Knowing you did your best, knowing that you're continuing to improve. Everyone makes mistakes in the past. Don't let that haunt you. But if you're truly changed and trying to do something
You're
different,
right.
that's possible too.
You're absolutely right, Cage. You know, and from you, I definitely respect that because you've actually seen that in motion and been a part of that with me. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate the time you spent and the patience you had with it. But it has paid off in the long run. You know, you really helped set a
When I say
direction.
you, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying when I
No,
say
I'm
you, I mean
recognizing.
general. I say you, I,
Yeah,
myself. Same thing, really. So I'm saying you. I mean, it's a generalization, meaning me, meaning everybody.
right. But I'm just letting you know on a personal basis between me and you that you know I could be in a much darker and desolate place right now had you not held up a couple. Here's your
I'm in
sign.
service. I'm in service for people. I'm in service for myself. I'm in service for me, myself, I, you, everybody. That's it.
I'm just letting you know it's appreciated.
Nature.
Very much so.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you fucking changing it. Watch, it's all gone. I told you. We have people. We have things. We have fucking. Everything's fine. Taken care of. And I use it for others because this is what should be done. So now it's another day. And we continue. It's easy.
Yeah. Omar, he's tucking in for Good evening. You have a good night and a good sleep, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate you hanging out and listening, and you're always welcome here, Omar.
Take care.
Yeah, and definitely Don. I mean, there's some really good people that show up here, man. I'm very lucky and very blessed. Definitely definitely appreciate my audience and the chat and my panelists. Absolutely. Yeah.
There's some real people, if you want to call it. I don't like using real or fake or again because that's a paradigm. Again, I'm using the language. By real, I mean people are really in it. People that aren't fucking playing games and they're not ignoring what they already know, really, because everyone already knows what the fucking time it is. Really, it's 3:59. But regardless, at least over here. But
Right.
yeah, some.
Yeah, I just
So there's real people. There's some fucking turds in. What did you use it? Turds in the fucking punch bowl. I think that's what you said.
yeah, that's what I said.
So there's this one kid. My buddy A1. He used to be the lifeguard in the hood and shit. It was hilarious. You know what I mean? There's one kid fucking shit in the pool, and he made him go dive for it and take it out.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
You gotta dive and scoop that motherfucker out.
Oh
Oh yeah, he dove for it in the deep end, everything for his own shit. You know what I mean? He had to take it out the pool, and they had to close the pool and change everything. Yeah, but
I know that at the little country club where my mom lives. Yeah, they shut the pool down if they see any type of fecal matter or defecation. They shut the pool down, drain it.
But he wasn't
And,
about to go fucking scoop it out. He made the kid go and grab his own shit, out the deep end, bring it back
oh,
up. Symbolic.
oh man, no, thank you. I think I'd refrain from that in the first place. And secondly, is public pools freak me out, man, because I know everybody in there ain't running to the fucking bathroom to take a
They need
piss.
exactly. That's what I mean. They need this shit. The pools are. They have this thing, right? So when you fucking piss in it, it'll turn green and everyone will see it. So yeah, you gotta put that fucking shit in there if you want to have a public pool. Yeah.
Yeah, I like there was a movie. It's been a while back, but they were joking about how if you pee in the pool, the water around you turn blue, and the guy didn't take it serious. And when he was peeing in the pool, all the water around him
Yeah,
started
it's like
turning blue.
blue or green. Yeah.
Yeah, like fuck, man.
It depends
I
on what
would.
you use.
Yeah, I'd hate to be just.
You piss the pool and everyone sees it. There now, people won't piss the pool. They think they can get away with it because they think no one can notice it or see it. You know what I mean? So make that shit turn blue or green, and then they're not going to be fucking pissed in the pool no more. It's very simple.
Right. It would be effective. I mean, just my fear of the fact that I'm going to be swimming through highly chlorinated piss water bothers me enough that I won't do
Yeah,
it.
at least you're not gonna add ammonia in the piss in there and make a chemical reaction within the fucking water. So, well, that's why it changes color for the ammonia of the piss, bro. Yeah.
Oh man, put chemical burn with that.
That's why. That's why. The only fucking goys swim in chlorinated water. You know what I mean? The people over there, they have saltwater pools. You need the saltwater pool, bro, and not let other retards in there. That's pretty much what you got to do.
Yeah, it's something, man. It's something I used to do whenever I was in ballet. I used to go to I used to swim. I swam a lot, and I did it in a private indoor pool, and it wasn't as bad getting into that water because you didn't have as much traffic and you didn't have people who didn't pay just showing up and jumping in the fucking pool. It was more of a private scenario. But after I got through that part of my experience and the swimming and the ballet, I never went back into a public pool again. I just can't. People are so nasty, and they
And
carry
think about
themselves.
think about that. You know, the biggest organ is your skin, right? So
Yeah,
they call it transdermal. That's just going right through the skin.
right, right. We've had several deaths here in the city from people. It was happening at the hotels more frequently than anywhere.
So they use crazy shit in pools: chlorine, hydrochloric acid, all types of crazy shit. The fuck? You're supposed to take the pH levels of it and keep it within a certain pH. But if you have like a body of water, like a mixture, and you keep adding, yeah, you can change the pH everywhere. You know, it could be very unstable. It could just read one way and then like all of a sudden it just shifts. You know, I know it's because of growing
Right,
plants.
right. But this
I could show you an
that's
experiment right now and make it change colors and shit.
I've seen that, man. I've seen you change the pH in the water and
Yeah, you remember
uh,
remember that? You've seen it before, right? Remember that one?
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
thought
and you
that was
can you
really
can make
cool,
it very
man.
strong. You can still change it as strong as it can get. Now it's gonna start giving off gases and really leach into the fucking body, and then you gotta be careful with that. Even like it doesn't matter though, because once you realize the game, like you could just fit into it properly.
Well, I know with the dice and a few of the things that you displayed and showed, man, you could give a presentation of the mystical powers in a short documentary on your channel, man. Some of the stuff that you pull off, I'm like, yep, make a documentary.
Nah,
This
nah,
is
nah.
how. You don't think
Nah, I'm
so?
good. I'm good. Nah, I'm fine. It's just anyone can do that. It's nothing special.
Right, right, but still, it would still fascinate and intrigue people. They'd be like, "Oh no, 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 that's fake, that's fake," Oh no, there's science behind it, and there's relative, physics even on a quantum level, but it's not a trick. That's physics.
Right. Call it whatever you want, but yeah, there's a form to, some sort of an algorithm to reality. Um,
Yeah, that's why I was talking earlier about synchronicities and being able to stay in a constant state of being within that constant state of synchronicity by aligning the astral, the ethereal, and the prime material together is bringing it into one constant form instead of three separate. I don't know that anybody has ever done that I'm aware of, but I would say that it was probably something they were aware of pre-cataclysmic. Having that one stream of information from three different states of your being all at once, and having access to that information
it's as like
and
the
knowledge.
triad or the trinity, right? So thought, emotion, and action, right? You could
Hmm.
also look at it like that. Um, so I know
Yeah,
exactly. This is a fact. It's 100%, on point because beyond that, really, because yeah, it's the three becoming one.
right. And it is. It's three states of your being um, being coherent and in sync with relevancy and understanding all at once without, having to go to sleep. You would never question what your dreams were about after that because you would know. You wouldn't have to rely on, various degrees of learning whenever you have the astral state of bringing back information and resources, and then the consciousness, the conscious mind within the body being able to utilize that. Man, I'm seeing potentially unlimited states
Yeah,
of possibility.
yeah, exactly. Anything you can imagine is possible within what we call reality here. So pretty much how I've, through my research, I've kind of seen it to work is, right, it's an algorithmic process, right? There's an algorithm to everything. It's a form, like a mathematical pattern or a geometry, kind of like we were saying before. But
Yeah,
it's always there, it's persistent. And that means there's, you know, exploits to that, if you want to call it that, or a way of understanding it where you could actually change what you call reality. What people call it, like the lady on here earlier was saying the butterfly effect. That's what she lives by and all that. Which is true. You can do like a basic thing, out of the ordinary, like simply move something in front of you to a different position, and that's technically changed the reference point and has changed reality through the algorithm, the algorithmic process. So that's why I think what's it called? The reprogram the subconscious mind to your own program. You know what I mean? Then you can change or live in whatever reality you want to exist in once you realize that in a way. If you really apply it, it's not that easy though, right? You could just talk about it, but it's about years. Or it doesn't matter. It could happen now, it could happen in years, it could happen never, it could happen whatever. It's about, so the lady there, they kind of had some good points, but she was like just going off of crazy shit too at the same time.
well, that's why I was, hoping that she would catch on to what we were trying to lay to her, because when you put yourself out there like that and you can't stand your ground, you know as well as I do, there are certain hosts and certain panelists and even chat that will tear your ass down to the core, and you have to be able to explain and identify each and every phrase, sentence, or paragraph that you go into, whether it be the chat or the panel. They don't just let that slide, especially in this community of, well, this is what I went through. I hope everybody understands. And by the way, there's
All right, but most just go along to get along. Most will just, they have somebody that they think knows something, and then they go along with that because other people agree.
right.
Which I think, reality is very individualized.
Oh shit, yeah.
In a way, so you should never be going along with anybody. You should be having your own program. You can have, you can have a certain common ground. You should never be agreeing with anybody 100% ever. If you do, that means you're in my control.
Yeah, that's I thought that was interesting.
Let's say I have cults and leaders and all that. But you're a cult, you are a cult leader in a way, right? You literally have the cult.
Yeah, I've got a cult. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's just fucking hilarious because you're
Yeah,
I
still a
think
group.
I don't know, a cult is not necessarily a bad thing. Most people associate cults with terrible things, but it's called culture for a reason. Everybody's in a cult, technically.
Yeah, I
Except certain people. You're not, unless You don't have to make your own. You just decide to make your own. It just kind of seems like a fucking bit in a way. You're just like playing around. But I think it's just like a way for you to experiment and, see what you can play with. You're playing around and it's just fine.
Yeah, we had functionality and we still do. It's just I try and keep those platforms separate, and I did travel with a pack on YouTube for a while we kind of did our
We do a real
observations.
life and we do a real life in reality. Like the online shit is easy. And even then, it's just one. The people that show up on my stuff, they're not. Most of them don't even know who the fuck any of these people are. So people get caught in these bubbles and shit. So if you're caught in one bubble, it's not good. How many people are out there, and it's funny because YouTube does this very purposefully, or
Oh,
whatever. Yeah, they put you. I've done experiments with this. Because you can go to open panel, go to live. This is how I found all these people because I wanted to hear what actual people were saying when the show was going on at the beginning. If you know what I mean. So
yeah,
if you type open
yeah.
panel and you go live, this is how I tapped into all this many communities. I want to hear what everyone's saying, and there's all like I'm doing observing and seeing what's going on, doing an investigation. And I found out that it's all the same fucking thing, really. Just different flavor. But
Well, I didn't come on.
but hold on, Access.
You know,
One thing before I forget,
yeah.
because it's going to make it relevant. So
Okay.
what happens is, it's through the MAC address and the IP and the area you're in. And the name, like it's a digital fingerprint that goes along with, they're not dumb. Like your accounts, like it's Googled, right? So like you log into your Gmail account, it carries a fingerprint. So no matter what device you go on, so pretty much what you got to do is if you buy like a device online, right? Like let's say you buy or just meet somebody. You meet somebody like on Kijiji over here. You can just meet people and buy like a fucking phone off them. You know what I mean? And then you go somewhere way away. You never connect the phone. You leave it off. You could put it into like a Mylar case where it'll block the signal or whatever. And then you bring it to like a place far away from where normally at and set it up all over there. And then go on YouTube and type on open panel with live. You're going to get a whole different realm of shit they're going to insert you into originally. It's fucking weird, I'm telling you. Like, where you'll never type in open panel and find these things. But you go on here and it'll be completely different. Like, they're trying to, like, flock people together in a way, digitally. I mean, it's like the pigeons or something.
I've noticed that they're kind of taking categories of people and directing them inward to other people that are like-minded or share the same concepts and ideals.
You want to block the fucking Don over here saying, Don McRon, microwave ovens block signals. Yeah, put it in the fucking microwave, put it in the fridge, the freezer, if you want to fucking turn it off for real.
Yeah, the microwave. I understand that can be used as a Faraday. I haven't tried it.
They sell Faraday pockets, like the little like pouches that you can put them in Faraday. You get one of those and you set it up elsewhere from the point of location.
I have seen those.
You buy them online and they bring it into a new fucking thing. Yeah, they have them. They're easy. And it's a whole different reality they're putting you into on this fucking YouTube shit. It's weird. I've literally done it myself to experiment with it. They push you into a little bubble of reality. That's what they're trying to do. But the same fucking people are cycled over. It's a fucking trip. It's a game.
I figured there was machine learning behind it and a sense of classification.
It's an algorithm.
Yeah.
They're doing it on purpose. You have to get. How do you divide? How do you fucking control billions of people? First of all, you got to bring, put them up into groups through religion, fucking left, right, up, down, da da da. Fucking government can, what are you? Oh, Biden, Trump, Trudeau, da, 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 fuck off. You continue with the good, evil, da, da, da. It's always this dichotomy, paradox, fucking tactic they use. And then within those smaller groups, you bring in some chaos, make order out of it, and fucking divide them up further. Dialectic, some Hegelian dialectic type shit.
They've gotten good at that.
Yeah, that's all you do, really. Oh, and there's always has to be some sort of an opposer, someone after you, the boogeyman. Yeah.
To the point of paranoia with a lot of people.
It's a bunch of nonsense. There's someone under the bed. Fuck off.
Yeah, they better hope that I'm not hungry when I find them. Hungry or horny.
I call the wings, bro. When you put them on the barbecue.
There you go.
Wings are the best.
There you go. Yeah, you stop. I guess at some point you lose your rationalization, because I think a lot of people feel that once they reach a certain particular mode of information, they feel like they could be a threat, or that they've drawn attention. And I'm going to say 80-20 that no, that's not the case. It's their own paranoia and their own fear of the uncertainty that they're endeavoring in that brings on that state that they're being watched or observed, or people are coming into their house and they're not there and bugging the phones or setting up cameras. And
that's just a bunch of fucking retarded paranoia. And if you want to, then it's something called, if you think you're being surveilled on, then why don't you get adept in counter surveillance? It's not very difficult. If you know what to look for, you can't be surveilled or any of that shit, first of all. So if you're that paranoid, then why don't you have action instead of twiddling your thumbs thinking something's happening to you? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So
you got that right.
About it. Yeah.
You got that
first of all,
right.
that's paranoia. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but I'm saying, trust me, they fuck off real quick if they know that that something like that's happening. Then it's not gonna happen. It only happens when you're just, I don't know what to do. I'm being targeted. I'm a little victim. I'm a pussy. Shut the fuck up. Get back to business. Back to work. I've been working the entire time.
I wonder if that's a type of solidification to themselves, to feel that their knowledge that they've learned has placed them in another category where they feel
they're not
so
special.
self-important.
There's billions of people. You're not special. No, I'm not special. No one's special. We are who we are, and it doesn't mean you're better than anybody or worse than anybody. So, are who you are. Learn how to fucking move, and again, this is all ego-based mind control type fucking shit. Trauma-based mind control. Like you don't think you're good enough or something. Why are you even thinking like that? First of all, you should be doing what you have to do either way. Put in the fucking it's input output, fire in, fire out. Bullshit
yeah, I
in,
think
bullshit out.
That's a part of the corralling and the herding and the forward movement of the agenda. Don't put yourself under their feet prematurely. At least try to develop a defense or a state of awareness that takes power away from them, because so many like preppers that I've seen their channels, and hell, they're making themselves targets and victims, and for what, you know. Some of them have gotten pretty good channels, and obviously they're making a living off of them. But I have a hard time believing that with all the surveillance that's going on within your house through your devices, that they're going to park a vehicle outside of your house and start monitoring you or following you around town. I think technology has given them the convenience of
They're
not
not
having to
fucking
do
El
that.
Chapo. They've been surveilling you. They don't need to do that. This is not the fucking Wire from the 90s or something. You know what I mean? No one's stalking anybody. Like, you're retarded. Like, it's in you. You've bugged yourself. The fuck? What the stupid fucking shit. Yeah, someone's following me. I'm targeted an individual. No, you're a fucking idiot. That's pretty much all you are.
But you've seen it as much as I have, man. Resources. Oh,
It's a bunch of fucking nonsense, bro. I'm being honest, yeah. That's it. You don't know. Okay? You never actually had fucking real. What are you really doing? You're not doing shit. No one gives a fuck about you. You're a miskeen. Call it a miskeen over here.
yeah,
You're
I
a
don't think that.
civilian. They're not going after civilians, okay? It's different.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to go after what they can put in a classification group on an individual basis unless they're actually causing a disturbance within the program that can be seen, felt, or could be detrimental to something they're doing. I don't see that, just like everybody that has, God feels that God's going to change the whole
Are they
script.
going to go after the fucking tuna or the fucking minnow? Yeah, no one can
Right.
eat a minnow. They're going to go after something bigger than that,
Right. I think they leave that to like local law enforcement and local authoritative thugs that wear their little costumes. But you got to be, I think, doing something that brings up red flags federally or even through Homeland Security before they'll start
Yeah, you
following
have to
you
be a real
around.
you have to be a real fucking idiot, pretty much. Like,
Yeah,
do some shit that where you're really fucking you're really imposing whatever you're trying to do on people. So, if you don't do that, keep your head down, be respectful. I don't think you're gonna have many problems in life.
yeah. Outside of YouTube algorithms or the algorithms
Well, I'm saying in the
for.
actual reality,
Oh yeah, an actual reality. No, I don't. That's not really something that I have had to concern myself with it because of certain endeavors that I take on and have taken on. But here recently, it's not been much of a concern that I'm drawing that type of attention. I've been spending a lot more time with the panels and music and dealing with other things.
I'm happy. I'm happy with the people around me being, at least having some sort of happiness, and I'm good with just eating once a day and just surviving. That's
Yeah,
all I want and all I need. Anything
yeah, just
extra, then we can do something with. Right?
right. It's just a state of being self-disciplined and showing a little restraint and control. And if you do that with most aspects of your life, then you're not going to get much resistance. You'll create more resistance for yourself than most people will create for you.
Don McGraw saying, I understand my total number of public appearances are limited compared to most. So I'm cautious to be ready before poking my head above the parapet. Well, you think someone's going to start playing whack-a-mole with you and shit? Remember that game?
I don't know what
I
Don's
used to own
into.
that game. You know what I mean? I used to hit every fucking mole every time. You know what I mean?
Don, as far as I know, Don could be developing a new source of nuclear energy in his garage.
Don,
I don't know.
Well, I know who Don is, and trust me, we've been working on something from a long time ago, inadvertently, not actually directly working together, but we had an idea. I sent him a code that I generated.
Cool. That's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome.
Don saying someone like that, Cage. There you go.
I know he's been extremely supportive of my plight, and I really do appreciate him, very much so. As a matter of fact, there's several that have supported my endeavors, and believe me, they're much appreciated. They are so much appreciated.
Yep.
But we're in such a bizarre little side niche, Cage.
We should do, if you want, there's some good people that could benefit a lot on my channel. I think some of them don't know about you, but yeah, soon, whenever, we'll fucking go on mine, and I'll pin your channel on there, and we'll have people, have a real conversation like this, and, send people over to you, because I'm not going to be going live that much, like, that often, right? And then,
well, I appreciate that, Cage.
So they have somewhere like proper to go. Is it really on it now, Axis, bro? I'm fucking very impressed with what you're doing.
Thank you, Cage. That's from you. That's definitely a compliment, man. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate
like
that.
how you dealt with this adversity and shit. Like, it's very inspirational. The way you're dealing with it.
I had to do a lot of self-work.
You see how things are going away, like I showed you.
Yeah, and there has been a lot less resistance, and
it's on you. I told you that.
Yeah, but I
the
still going to throw you some credit.
In your court. You know what I mean?
I'm still going to throw you some credit because you were there during some of my harder times, and I really took what was being presented to me to heart, and especially in a later stage of the game. And
well, even the guy you snapped on actually really helped you. You don't even know it. Things happen behind the scenes. All I'm saying is, I went out of my way to help you, bro. And
brother, I'm aware.
And no one does that. I'm not expecting anyone to do it for me, and I do it either way. So,
well, I tell you, Kate,
because it came into it's like seeing this. I'm walking through the forest. I see someone littered on the ground. All right. What is it? Like I walk by it. It's not my responsibility. I can just walk by it and not care. No. I've seen it. So now the ball's in my court. So now what am I going to do with it? I'm going to pick it up.
And that's what you helped, me realize and understand is, yeah, the ball was in my court, and my next play had better be some Shakespearean shit because I was definitely straying down the left-hand path pretty hard.
And why does that have to be the left or the right, the middle? It could be any. It has to be your own, and it doesn't have to. You can't have the pendulum, right? Swing in all directions. You can pause that. You don't have to go swaying one way or the other. you could just, have the foundation.
But I will say,
no matter what happens, it's not going to change. It'll adapt. It won't change.
I would very much like to see this continue, and hopefully I can retain some sense of dignity, and especially offering people a place to freely speak about the higher mysteries of life, and share ideals and coping skills and tools to get through things. But man, I appreciate the acknowledgement, Cage. I really do, man. It means a lot.
Appreciate yourself. Don't worry about that. I'm saying words are words.
Right. I got you, brother. I got you.
I could say the opposite thing and elicit some sort of hatred, and you say fuck Cage forever, right? If I said some fucking nonsense, that spewed a shit out of my mouth, right? So it's funny that how words do not even let my words sway what you know who you are. You have to know who you are. So I could tell you, I'm not trying to love bomb you like, some parasitic fucking fashion where I'm gonna tell you what you want to hear. I'm gonna say you're fucked in the head.
You haven't ever done that.
I've seen a lot of fucking improvements. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's true. That's what I've observed. But you were fucking. Cool. You're moving like an idiot at one point. So was
I'm not going to argue.
So was I. So was everybody. You know what I mean? We all have to do that. Good.
Yep. And like Don says, it's all rearview mirror stuff now. And
I'm not just saying it's you. I'm saying it's me.
Oh.
That's the thing. It's me. I've been moving like a fucking idiot, maybe. Perhaps, What about that?
Well, I can't say anything because I've done it myself. I've shit. And I got witnesses that have receipts that I've definitely done that to myself. But I endeavor another day. And today has just been another one of those endeavors into learning and sharing and experience. And, I even got to meet new people today. And it's, there's a lot of positive.
Of course. That's where, it's not about the positive or negative, though. It's about, what is beneficial, like we were saying. Does it serve the conversation? Does it serve to develop your character and further you along the path that all leads to the same thing? Yes, it does. Any interaction does, even if it seems like it's negative or whatever, positive, whatever you want to call it. No. It's about learning. What have you learned? I've learned a lot today. Sometimes in the silence, you get this fucking thought. And it's like, okay, now we have like another piece to the puzzle.
Yes, I do know. I do understand that now, much more than I did before. So, just man, hopefully others take note, and people that see this in the future, hopefully they, the seeds that have been planted here take root, and someone finds it to be beneficial and useful, and hopefully no harm has been done. And that's it's the best I can offer.
You have to be as gentle as possible with the foliage, the roots. If you're transplanting something into a bigger container, a larger container, you have to be careful not to damage the roots. and hopefully,
Right.
let it root properly, so it holds all the soil together when you transplant it into a bigger container. No, not even a speck of fucking soil is coming off of it. It's all roots. You bring it to a bigger container.
Let it, yeah. So, and that way it at least has room to expand and grow. It lets it get root bound.
Exactly.
Okay, we got a vote of confidence from Abman. He gives us a very good stream, and Cage, I think I'm gonna go ahead on a very positive note. Step back into the darkness that I call my environment. And Cage, I appreciate you being here, brother. I appreciate you sharing with me. I appreciate your uniqueness too. And
As
hopefully,
always, Axis, thank you for having me.
yes, absolutely, man. And yeah, let's collaborate some more. We'll go to your channel, man, and collaborate. Maybe do a podcast, something that we can put on the content channel.
Yeah, you
Something
can
that
use it yourself too, and we'll drive certain people that are great people over to you. You know what I mean? So, cause I'm not gonna always be on here, and then you and I we're not on here every day. So
no, I
maybe
don't make a career.
yeah, so if we could spread it out so people have somewhere to go to or whatever. 'Cause, it's for the people, by the people.
I can definitely relate to that. And on that note, Cage, brother, everybody that's been on the panel today, everybody that's been in chat, you guys have all been wonderful, much appreciated. Glad that we could spend some time together, and glad that you guys allowed me to spend time with you. And hopefully this continues on as a endeavor towards further advancement of self-bettering and coping. Love you, brother Cage. Definitely.
See you
Thank
next
you.
time, brother. Thank you.
Absolutely. And to the chat, you guys have been great, wonderful. I'm honored. Thank you. Thank you so much for showing up and being a part of this. And we'll be coming at you again soon. Got some more things in the works, and some more presentations that I'd like to give. But Don, Adman, thank you. Fools and Tools, Omar, and everybody that's silently lurking. Thank you all for being a part of this and participating, and hopefully down the road, if we didn't plant a seed today that grows with you, maybe it will at a later time. I'll leave this stream up, and love and light to you. Access out.